Afternoon, everybody. How you doing? Oh, I'm actually on time today. I am better speak too soon. I am actually a little bit organised today, ish. Not a lot, but just a little bit ish. Well, we've got a few in already. Theo was definitely in first today. We've got Brett, Victor. You've already won, Victor. Yeah. David Tagg, George Christophe, Rob Hall, Daniel's in, Rob Titheridge, Michael Hyde, Benji's in and out. Shed load of data on the phone last night. Haven't got the internet at the moment. Oh yeah, okay, Benji. Still suffering with the internet. You think they'd give you free data, wouldn't you, if your internet's playing up? Well, they should give you free data and free calls, really. Mr. Mancave, Sean, how you doing? Petronics, Nick. Hi, Nick. Paul. Afternoon, Paul. Made it on time. David Roberts. Hi, David. Colin. Hi, Colin. Rob Cross. Andy Beck. Andrew Alsford. 20 seconds early. Oh, wow. Better early, I suppose, than never. Better late than never, really, isn't there? No subtitles. It should be, George. I'm sure I set it up with subtitles. Bit random, isn't it? I really don't know why it doesn't do that. Hi, Boxing Day, how are you? Yeah, usually if your phone goes down, they can divert your calls to your mobile, and you think they'd give you free data, etc., wouldn't you? Really, bit tight. Well, yeah, the only thing I've got is the banner, George, which I'll just put that up because you just reminded me. So, as I say, loads and loads to look through today. I mean, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4-ish parcels to unwrap, and I've got the whole landing full of radios. So it's going to be madness today. Going to be absolute madness. So stick with it, people. I've got all sorts. I've got Volve radios. I've got transistor radios. I've got reel-to-reel players. I've got scanners. I've got receiver. I've got CB radios. Loads and loads of stuff. Loads of stuff. So yeah, lots to get through, and so little time. Mrs. Cruncher's at work today, so unusual for a Sunday, but she's had to go in for something or other. So I'm on my own, so I may need to nip down and sort the dogs out from time to time. You know what they're like. You know what they're like. So, yes. So shall I get my finger out and get on with it, or what? Mrs. C's getting anxious about her house. What you mean with me in here? Luckily she isn't here because she hasn't seen all the mess I've just got in the hallway. In the landing, it's absolutely full. I've got a job to walk out there. So much stuff. So I'm going to do these in order of arrival. Although one did arrive a lot earlier than the others, but there's other bits arrived to go with it, so I'll do that one in a minute. So I did mention also in the comments section that that I've got a giveaway to do, and it looks like that's going to be the first parcel to open today because I've had this here for a couple of weeks now. So I think the idea of this is well, let's have a look at it first, and then we'll discuss what's going to happen with it, shall we? Can you play some music? We have got Nick, Mr. Petronics. We've still got the record deck that he gave me, and yeah, I've still got the record deck that Nick gave me. So we could get to that. I don't think we'll have time, to be fair. I haven't looked at that yet, really. All right, Benji, catch you later, mate. Yeah, she always complains about that, George. Afternoon, Barry. Hi, Chris. You better not open the boot of her car. I didn't open the boot of my car till she'd gone today, Andrew. So I waited for her to go, and then I went out and got the stuff in from the boot. Yeah, I still haven't got the aerials yet, though. They're with my lad up at Bridgewater at the moment. So the aerials are a little bit closer to me, but those that are in the chat group will know what I'm going on about there. So let's get the first one out. Let's see. We're supposed to better take the banner off. Oh, I've got the banner off. Okay, that's okay. Let's get onto the main camera then. And hopefully my picture-in-picture will be smaller today. Yeah, there we go. See, look how organised I am. Right. Yeah. So, let's just swap to the other camera a minute. Yeah, okay. Someone's like, I've even got the chat in front of me today. Oh God, what it's like to be actually organised. Unbelievable. I'm sure it won't last. So I'm not sure if you can see this, but we've got a little ticket in the corner that says Sender Man Cave. Sender Man Cave. So I wonder what this could be. Let's just get that camera sorted out a bit better, actually. That way. And up. We go up. There. Okay, that's a bit better. It's really dark and dingy today. I don't know what it's like in your part of the world, but it's really not very nice today in the southwest of England, down here in Devon. Right. It's done a nice packing job here by the looks of it. And this is, I know what this is, but we'll have a play at Guess the Radio if it doesn't give it away immediately when I open it. For some reason the internet's not going very well today as well, so apologies if it starts sort of stuttering. Right, I haven't got anywhere to put the box because literally the room is full. So we'll look how this opens up. It's like a Rubik's Cube, this is. So I think this is going to generate a massive amount of interest. Well, I know it will, because it's a very sought after bit of kit. Sounds like your car. You got a secret car boot as well, have you? Right. Sean's done a nice job of wrapping this up. Now, I've been sort of tempted to bring this out a couple times, but I haven't got round to it because of all the other stuff I've been doing, especially with that Hacker Herald. So let me just try and... I don't think we're going to be able to keep this secret, actually. I think it's going to be pretty obvious straight away. Let me have a look. Can we disguise this a little bit? Maybe. Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. What do you think? I'm sure someone will guess what that's. Donatron Atlantis, no. I'm in North Devon, Dean, up near Torrington, mate. Yeah, it took me a while to get this lot up the stairs, to be fair. I'm blurred on your TV, must be low resolution. I'm running at 1080p, Nick, looking at it. Oh, error 52 has got it, I think, first, yeah. Oh, hang on. No, George got it first. George got it first. Look at that beauty. This is the business. So Daniel's right, it is an early hunter. I mean, first off, the grill is looking pretty good. You know, these grills are very much prone to getting damaged. They are easily damaged. I mean, there's some dinks and that in it, which you'd expect for a radio of this age. It's the early hunter, and let's just get you in. Let's get in a little bit closer. Let's get it closer. So it's the early hunter, RP38A. So it's early, but it's sort of the second generation, because the original RP38 didn't have separate bass and treble controls like this one's got. So it's VHF, so it's got VHF aerial. So FM, medium wave, long wave. If you look at the sides, look at that. Sean is you can see the reflection of my jumper in it. Look. Sean is a master of the Danish oil. He's done that a treat. And the other side. So Sean has actually restored this one already. So rear grill's there. A little bit of a little dink in the corner of it, but that's nothing to worry about. So I think, from what Sean said, I may have had some dealings with this radio already. So we've got some nice new foam pads for the battery bumpers. A banjo. It's a radio. Hi Dom, how are you? Does the badge one come first or the one with the hacker grill come first? Does the badge one come first? There's loads of different variants of this. The later ones had the extruded aluminium grills that go this way. Does it work? I should flip and hope so, Theo. Sean has gone through all his radios and done them. So if we look in the back here, you can see we've got all new Fichet caps in it. We've got a Nichicon there. We've got more Nichicons, so it's been done really nicely. This it's been done very nicely actually. It almost looks like my work, but I don't know. I think it could be Sean's work. Sean will tell us. Sean, are you still there? Did you do this radio or did I do it? Because I did do some work for Sean in the early days. It sort of looks like my handiwork, to be honest. But if not, Sean's done an amazing job on that. So I've got no doubt that this will work. It's even got my replacement battery connectors on there. So that's my 3D printed battery connectors. So it's a joint effort, Sean, was it? Did I do the recap on this one, did I? I think this is the one that that rattled a little bit loose in the post, the cores, because you do find that these iron dust cores, they've got this old elastic in them which perishes, and very often when you post these things, they can move, and all of a sudden you've got distorted FM, or it's not picking up very well. But I don't know, that might have been another one, but I know we did have a problem with one of those. Hi, Doug. So we've got all 3 feet on the bottom as well, which is good. No turntable on these hunters. Dial plate is looking mint as well. It's got the green writing, which I think is the best. And these are a little bit rarer with the green text on the dial plate. So many different versions of these. So let me have a think. Let's hook this up. We'll use my power supply for now because it's easier. So it's an 18-volt radio. And those of you that know your hackers will know that this is one of the best sounding hackers ever made. Okay, so let me just hook this up. So we've got a negative there. Let's do that. So long wave then. Let's just zoom out a little bit. So the only long wave we're going to have is going to be radio 4, which is on 1500, so right about here.
It's a sustainable and it's in totality for the future, is that you need to actually be out there. And I meet people, I go to different towns often, so I tend to spend
so we've got long wave
when I'm, not working, if you like, shopping and meeting people in different towns.
We can stick the active antenna in here, give us a bit better chance.
And I've got a connection with these people. But if you're starting out in this industry and you're never going to know what it's like to work in a team office, that's a whole new challenge that I think we're going to have a look at. And, that physical contact and interaction is going to be lost if we all go work remotely. But I fear more and more of us will be working remotely.
Après la performance de Mathieu il y a un temps, on va avoir Pierre au téléphone tout de suite. Hein. C'est bien ça, Matt?
I've got lots of things interfering here. Just unplug my scope. And that. So we've got a French station.
In the period of days that are now remaining before the budget. Normally at this time of year you would have to manage expectations.
That's one for Rob.
Calls for budget giveaways and that type of thing. What are you saying to people this year about things like income tax cuts or social welfare increases? Is there any scope for any of those measures in this budget, or do you have to focus on the areas?
Is that RTL?
It is going to
RTL 1, I think, isn't it?
Of the backdrop. I mean, we are
Frogs
going
inside.
to incur a very large budget deficit this year.
So this is long wave, don't forget.
The range we signal.
Dégoût large. Ok, Pierre-Loup. Bon, 4 bonnes réponses minimum pour gagner un exemplaire. There's no reason for you to apologise. You're in your own home and you're working.
Right, medium wave. I'm trying to think where the antenna on these is in behind the switch panel, so I think it's over this way.
As did Patrick Kamala, Patrick Kamala, both of them scoring. Griffiths taking the tie, well, in a cup tie, we're not going to extra time, we're taking it into injury time with a goal in the last time, and this full time whistle.
That's probably
Kamala raking right foot shot from the right hand side of the
Radio 5 live.
Hold your head.
That'll be the local radio.
It's the University Challenge. They think they can bring it back. And if you're interested, you should get in there, because they're looking for a presenter. And he said, oh yes, they asked me about that weeks ago. I don't want to do it. It's much too much like hard work.
So you went,
Yeah.
I'll do it then.
So I called the bloke back and said, if that job's still going, I'd like to be considered for it.
I was trying to jam that
Really
up there,
looking
but no, it's
I
not
do
gonna.
like doing it. I like students. I mean, I know it's theoretical and not fashionable, and you're supposed to hate students, but
4 straight sets wins as he heads into the quarterfinals. US Open runner-up Alex Zverev struggling again.
We can work a few chuckles in. Kate Edisford has called and said that. Has it had a twirling around the kitchen?
Vardy with it. In the end, they've got 1 goal.
It's picking up loads on medium wave. Well, it's got my Sony active antenna to give it a hand. Okay, let's go down the other end then. Stick the aerial up. It's a monster aerial. This is a repro aerial. It's not the original, but it's brand new. So let's have a listen to FM. It would help if I push the FM button, wouldn't it? Hang on, where's the goat? We need to get some goat action on this. The goat interfered with it, look. Right. Sounds amazing.
Doing our jobs. Well, that is the guidelines we have been. We don't follow them. That's a fine, and that fine, the 10 grand fine, that could close you down. Done, gone.
Bass and treble.
Feels like you've got the police
So
on
that's
one
flat.
side that are there to enforce these rules, and then you've got us
Treble.
on the other side that are there to enforce these rules, and nobody else.
Yeah.
I've been blamed
Bass.
for coronavirus. I said, listen, mate, it wasn't me in China.
Of course, it'll sound even better with the back on, but we've got the back off at the moment because I've got it hooked up to my power supply.
And some people you just can't talk around. There's so many venues that the government has...
You can get the turf down, and with the leather jackets, I just put nematodes on in the spring. That's what I do. I wouldn't necessarily think you'd need them now, not after all
That's
the work.
got some
the
bass on that.
birds
I can
can
feel
clean them
the
up.
bass on that.
That's not to say they won't come back during late autumn and into winter, but you know you're going to be putting the nematodes down, and I don't think it's going to do any of the killing for you yet. So do it in spring and do it in autumn next year. But remember that trick about raking flat, and do take your time. Obviously sounds out from that.
Whoa. It's a little while since I've heard a hunter, actually, and you can certainly hear a hunter. Yeah. They do sound pretty unique. Lovely tone on it. Hell of a lot of volume. So there you are. What are you saying, Theo? It's been goat at. There you are. So that's been completely restored. That's been 100% restored. George did point out that it hasn't got the pointer on the volume knob, but That's easy enough to do if you want to get a bit of electroset or paint it on. Up to you. A little bit of paint there, or a bit of packing material. But there you are. One Hacker Hunter to give away. So let me just turn back round this way again a minute. So what I thought we'd do with this, it's obviously, I mean, that as it stands is a 3-figure radio. To buy a restored Hacker Hunter, you're looking £100 plus. You're looking £100 plus for that. So that is a very valuable radio. So I think it would make a great Christmas present for somebody. So I thought we'd do the giveaway for this probably the first week of December. Then it'll get to you hopefully in time for Christmas then. Yeah, to be fair, Brett, I mean, if I was restoring one of these and selling it myself, I'd be looking probably around the 160 mark for it. So, yeah. So Andrew's saying that Hunters did come with no markings on the on-off knob. Okay. Fair enough. I mean, I'm not going to do it, but if anyone wanted to paint it on, it's up to them. But you might be quite right there, Andrew, that this particular model didn't have that. I don't know. So yeah, you would be looking about 150, 160 if you bought one from me. And to be fair, I've done a lot of the work on that. Sean's done all the cosmetics on this and made it look lovely. But I think I've done the recap and etc. on that. Sean rubbed it like a genie. He certainly has. I mean, it's blinging, isn't it? Look at that. That's amazing. I'd say it is the more sought after one with the green text on it as well. So there you go. So I think we'll do it as a giveaway. Now, what Sean has asked for, and I think it's a great idea, is that the stipulation for this one is that Sean would like to try and raise some money for charity from this radio. So I think what we're saying is for every entry, you need to make a donation to a charity. Now, whether that's if you just go into your local charity shop and put some money in their collection box, whether you do an online thing through Just Giving, but Sean really would like to raise some money for charity from this. And we can't really do it on super chats because YouTube end up taking a big lump of that, plus processing it and all the rest of it. It's a real pain in the neck. So that's all Sean's looking for. A bit of an honesty thing. You know, if you could just put, and again, we're not going to do this giveaway yet, so don't go putting it in this in the comments of this. But when we do it, I'll explain it a bit better. But what we'll probably get you to do is just name the charity that you've made a donation to as part of the keyword that we'll use. I think that's fair, and I think that's a good idea for Sean. So yeah, to say it's, you know, we're not looking for people to make like hundreds of pounds donations, but you know, a couple quid in the charity box or something, or do something online to any charity of your choice. Really, just let us know what charity you've donated to when you put your entry in for it. I think that's a good idea, don't you? Good stuff. Good stuff. Hi Paul, how you doing? I didn't see you pop in there, mate. How you keeping? So yeah, like I say, very valuable radio. Certainly more valuable than the the Herald, the Red Herald RP30 that I'm going to give away. And we're only about just over 200 subs short of the 3,000 mark for me to give that away. So yeah, there you are. Afternoon, Harvey. This is going to be our first giveaway of the Christmas period, Harvey. So if you've ever fancied a Hacker Hunter, you're going to be hard pushed to find one better than that, to be fair. So great job on that, Sean, and thanks very much for donating that. Really, really appreciate that. I think that's probably the most valuable giveaway we've done yet. Got to be. Sean says I should enter it as well. What do you think? Do you think I should enter as well? Can you send PayPal to Sean? I mean, that's the idea that Sean's come up with, Paul. I mean, I'm open to suggestions, but you know, it's managing the money, isn't it, really? And I don't know who would manage that. I wouldn't be able to manage that, really. If you sent it via PayPal, then you'd have to take out the PayPal takings out of it, and if you do it on Super Chat, you'd have to work out all the Super Chat money. So it's easier, really, just as an honesty box thing. Everybody's going to support different charities, so I think Sean's idea was quite a good one. Afternoon, Peter, 13HN516. How you doing? How many hunters is too many? You need one of every single variant, I think, Brett. Unless you've already got that. I mean, I've got another one very similar to that there, but it's similar but different. I mean, I'll grab mine there a minute. Oh, oh dear. Dear. Yeah, so that's my hunter, similar, very similar, but I don't know if you notice the wood is a lot darker. It's almost like a rosewood finish on Sean's. This is a slightly later one with the power supply in the side, but it's got the same trim on it. I've got a bit of bird's muck on the top there. Mine's obviously not got anywhere near as nice a grill as Sean's. Yeah, there is differences, isn't there? So there's loads of different variants. If you just looked at it from the front, you'd think probably the same radio, but you know, the badges are different. So there's loads of little subtle differences between the hunters, and I think you'd have to have a fair few to get one of each one. Let me put that back over there a minute. Oh, just rested it on my keyboard. Right. There you go, Rob. So all you've got to do, mate, is just donate something to Cancer Research or Marie Curie and just put that in your entry. But as I say, we'll do this one properly at the beginning of December. So it's just a quick preview of it, really, just to show you what Sean's brought in. And I think that's a great gift for somebody. So Sean, thank you very much, mate. You've done a great job on that. Thanks again for donating it. Brilliant. Brilliant stuff. So there we go. Let's put that one safely back in the box for now. Right, what was next in then? Let me have a look. Okay. This was next in as far as parcels go. Theo! Thank you, mate. Save some for Christmas. Big box. Sean, postage for the winner. My God. Thank you, mate. I think we will, I mean, as I say, we'll do the details for that one at a later date, and we'll probably do it worldwide if the winner wants to pay the difference in postage. I think that's fair. Right. Next then. I blame Mr. Cody's for this next one. So I think we might have a bit of trouble guessing what this one is, but I think Mr. Cody's will know, but you'll have to keep stump, Paul. The people that are on the messenger group will probably know as well, but this is something I've bought in out of curiosity more than anything. So we've got a mains plug. Does that give anyone... it is always your fault, Paul. Does that give anyone any clues? Mains plug? This is all your fault though, Paul. If you hadn't pointed this out, I would never have bought one. It's 100% Paul's fault, this. A Ford Anglia What, a mains powered Ford Anglia? Can you guess? DAC 98, hairdryer, cuddly toy. Let's just unwrap a couple wraps so you can sort of see something coming through. So, what do you think that could be then? Phil, how you doing? Hi Tom, how are you? Is it worth having a Hacker Ranger repaired? Is totally dead. Yeah, they're nice little radios. Those yes, you B. I think it's Tom, isn't it? Yeah, they are nice little radios. They do sound nice. There can't be a lot wrong with it. There's very little goes wrong with them. A radio. Paul's trying to. Paul, don't give the game away. It is a radio. It is a radio. We've had this argument. It receives radio waves, so it's a radio. Oh, Dave. David's got it, I think. Paul gave that away then. That was naughty, Paul. Spoiled our little reveal then. Well done though, Dave. You got it. Let's get it in the picture a bit more. So it's a Roberts TVS1. Now I've never seen one of these. Let's get in a little bit closer. So it's provided by the British Wireless for the Blind Fund. And you'll notice we've got station selects here. So I think you push it, and I think you pre-tune it by just twisting the buttons. So we've got a chicken head knob on this side for off and volume, which is a little bit strange. It just doesn't look as if it should be there, but apparently it is correct. So we've got an output for tape. I don't know if it's got an input as well, but certainly that's output. And phones. Your great uncle had one, did he, Dave? Because he was blind? I've never seen one. I Fat Tony, how you doing? Didn't see you pop in, mate. But yeah, it looks just like a R606, but it's actually bigger than that. It's more like an R747 size-wise. It's a bit of a beast. Let's zoom back out again a minute. So it's got a normal, looks like an R600 type aerial, which is fairly straight. I wouldn't say it was straight, but it's fairly straight. It's an original one with a knuckle joint on it, so that's good. Let's just pop the signal generator on. Peter, you've just got to watch the language, Peter. There's no swearing, Peter. We've had this discussion. So on the back, you can see we've got the logo of the British Wireless for the Blind Fund. It's actually complete, that, but it looks like it's on a sort of sellotape sticker and it's all rucked up, but it's worth keeping that on because that is how it would have been originally. If I can zoom in on this. So I assume this is so people that are blind didn't have. I'm sure Paul said something about it done away with the fact they had to buy TV license. Is that right, Paul? There you go. Yeah, Paul's just confirmed that now. Only needed for reception of television pictures. So it's it was exempt from the TV license because it was just sound, not picture. So let's zoom back out. So I wonder what frequencies this is. It's got to be. Let's get an aerial for the signal generator. Is it about? You got some deaf radios, Tony, have you? I think we've all got some of those. Let's pop my aerial on. Have you got a sheet or anything for this, Paul, with what the frequencies are? Let's just pop the bottom off. Have a quick look inside. See what we got there. I'll spec us up in the 900 megs, isn't it? Somewhere around there. I can't remember. It's a long time since I looked at any TV stuff. The serial number has gone. We've got some spiderage in there. So it is mains only. There's no battery tags in this. Certainly very, very different inside. So you've got a TV tuner front end in it. And we've got a TV aerial plug. So assume this needs a TV aerial plugged in as well to... No, because it's got the aerial there, so it must... So it's got the choice of either then, because that's got a normal... I haven't got one here to hand, I don't think. Normal TV aerial. It's not phono, is it? I can't remember what they call it now. Is it Motorola connector? Something like that. So let's just pop that bottom back on. Let's pop its bottom back on. Handle's sort of a little bit unplugged, that's better. It's in pretty good condition as well. It's a bit of scratching on the front there, but that can be touched up. There's not really any big dents in it. Yeah, it's looking good. So at some stage we'll get inside this one and have a look. Let's just fire it up. I'll plug it into the Variac. I'm sure it won't have any shorts on it, but you never know. Bellinglee, is it, George? So I wonder what frequency this goes on. Let's just have a look, see if I can find any info. Oh, it needs 30 volts for the Varicap tuner, does it? Hi, Dean. 30 volt charge pump to run. 30 volt charge pump to run on batteries. You're welcome, Tony. It is something I've never seen it before. You know, when you look at it, it looks like a normal Roberts radio, but so there obviously is no analog TV anymore. I just need to find out what the old analog TV frequencies were. I'll see if we can get it to tune in. So let's have a look. Ah, didn't tell it UK, did I? Okay, so if we just go to my screen a minute. Should be on my screen now. So this is saying, so sound and the vision was sent on two separate frequencies. So if we hit somewhere in the middle, let's go for 50125. Look, so that should be fairly low down. So I'll just hit that in my 25 megahertz. Let's stick a big signal out. Let's go for 2 millivolts. Now, would that be? I take it that was FM? I really can't remember. It sounds like FM, doesn't it? So let's go sort of 1.5 modulation. FM. So let's tune. Yeah, I'm not sure. FM wideband is 08. 08. Okay, so I'm on FM wideband now. According to my SIGGENT, let's just angle that over near the other aerial. Something there. Certainly not picking that up. Should be. Um, 3 millivolts FM FM wideband. And let's see if I can couple it a bit better into there. Couple it with a bit of wire or something. What have I got here? What have I got? I don't really want to direct couple it in there. Hi Gary, how are you? It's not picking up anything. I wonder if it was higher up in the frequency. I don't know how far down. Let's try, say, 607.25. Sizzling some bacon. I don't know how far these tuner things go. They don't seem to have an end stop. They just go round and round. See my Facebook? I haven't got Facebook on at the moment, Paul. Let me just have a look. Yes, 470 to 478. Let's try that then. Let's go 472 then. I'm twiddling. Mind you, you'd have to make a pretty good transmitter to actually get a signal into this. Steam train on standstill. It's not picking up. Put a fair old signal out, so it should over the engine. There's something there, but it doesn't sound like I mean, that's a hell of a signal now, 40 millivolts. Hopefully it's very comforting for you. I know these TV tuners used to go on forever, didn't they? But this is ridiculous. No. It's not receiving. I can't see why it wouldn't work, but it ain't. Repair time. We haven't got time to repair anything at the moment. Something we could perhaps come back to in a bit. Sounds like you're after a day at work. I don't know. Let's just quickly check, make sure that aerial's connected inside. I was hoping to get a signal through that, but it doesn't appear that it's going to let us. Okay, let's join directly into that. The board is very loose inside, if you can see that or not. Let's get off of that. Yeah, it's a bit loose inside. So these are living finicky TV tuners, I know that, and I never really worked on TV tuners. In fact, never worked on a TV tuner. It doesn't appear to be receiving very well. I mean, that was a hell of a signal I was putting into it. It should have picked that up, no problem at all. In fact, I'll turn that off now. RF floating around the shack here. What's that? It won't pick up analog TV signals as they aren't broadcast anymore. I know the TV signals aren't, but I could. What I'm trying to get at, Paul, is it obviously works on radio waves. The frequency is in megahertz, which is in the radio spectrum. So surely we can get it to pick up a frequency from our signal generator. It's wide FM. But yeah, the picture's on different frequencies to the sound, isn't it? Or am I cracking up here? Am I missing something? Am I missing the obvious? Uh, 470 to 478 megs, is that? Yeah. So yeah, I should have been able to pick up that frequency. But there you are. As I say, the tuner is able to tune right the way through the band. Get the service manual out. I don't know if there is one. I don't know if there is a manual on it. Mr. Cody's will know if there's a manual on it. So there you are. That's not working at the moment, but it should be able to pick up an RF signal. But it is a bit loosey. Just trying to see how that actually sits in there. It doesn't appear to be attached. Just two screws on the top and the chassis comes out. So we might have a look at that one later. We'll have a look at some of the other stuff first before we make a decision on which ones to look at, because there's a hell of a lot more. There's no manual, Paul. I'm sure some of our TV people, like Rob Titheridge, could sort that out, I'm sure. I'm sure you've worked on a lot of those, Rob. Check the voltages on the bottom of the tuner. There should be one pin at 12 volts and another 0 to 30 volts. The other pin are AGC and IF out. Bottom of the tuner. I'll just put that back for now, Rob. Might be that we'll have a look at that one then, Rob, if because I say we should have been able to get that. The signal generator goes up to 960 megs, so we should easily be able to get a signal into it. So let's pop that one down there for a minute, because we've got more to open up here. So next, let's just turn that over. It's got my address on it. Not that that's too much of an issue, I don't suppose. You have the manual in Braille. Can you decode it then, Paul? Yeah, if you could decode that one, that'd be great. There we are. in Braille. Right, now this next thing is, this next box is from Mauser Electronics. In fact, so is this package here from RS. And so this lot all goes together, really, as one thing. Now, you remember a few weeks ago now, I mentioned that Manuel was very kindly sent me some bits all the way from the Isle of Madeira Island. And I don't know if, I'm sure a lot of you do follow Manuel, Electronics Old and New. If someone could grab his channel ID, that would be great. But Manuel built these BFO boards, beat frequency oscillator boards, and he's got these PCBs made up from PCBWay, and he said that he was going to send me some so as I could build them on the channel, which I said I'd happily do. I'd love to have a go at it, because I've got a lot of radios that would benefit from a BFO. So basically, it's an oscillator that oscillates just slightly higher than the IF frequency, and allows you to resolve sideband signals, amateur radio, volmet, that sort of thing. So really useful. He sent me 3 boards. He sent me an SMD one and 2 through-hole ones. So again, my idea is I'm going to build these 2 and keep them for myself, because I've got plenty of uses for these, and I can certainly use 2, no problem at all. But I was going to build the 3rd one and do that as a giveaway. So again, another idea perhaps for a Christmas giveaway is to get this built. Now, I'm not going to build this today because I haven't got all the parts yet. I've got the most of it. So it's just getting a little bit closer. I say they're very well made boards, these. Really, really nice quality. You can tell that. I mean, I've seen loads of circuit boards here, and these are pretty good. And Manuel's very kindly screen printed all of the components on it. I've got a list of what they all are as well. He also sent me 2 of the IF cans and a couple of the varactor diodes, because they're quite tricky to get. But I started getting a parts list together for this, and I struggled to actually find out the bits that I needed. Yeah, if we can get, let's see if we can find Manuel's page a minute. I'll just whop that up on screen. Let's go for my channel. Just find that. I need to get a beer underway, and I think really that today being a Sunday, we ought to have. We ought really to have a go on the Bishop's Finger. Always good to have a go on the Bishop's Finger on a Sunday. It's really nice. You can't beat a Bishop's Finger, can you? The innuendos are endless. Right, where's my glass? My tankard even. There we are. So I'm just going to pour this because I'm actually getting thirsty now. All this yapping, all this yabbering I'm doing. It's like talking to yourself, really, although I'm replying to your messages. I'm the only one here, and it seems like I'm talking to myself, but I think this is slightly mad. Slight bit of madness. It is the BFO. So yeah, it's going to be a bit of a head scratcher for me. I never built anything like that. So cheers, everybody. I haven't poured that out very well, so that's going to have to be a work in progress, that bit of pouring. Manuel is very good. He's a born teacher. I'm sure he's a teacher. He must be. Right, his channel is Electronics Old and New. Here we go. Oh, Electronics Old and New. So let's just go to my screen a minute. Let's just get rid of me for a second. Hopefully you're on my screen. Yeah, so this is Manuel's channel, Electronics Old and New by M. Caldera. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, so apologies, Manuel, if I've just trashed your name. So if we go to his videos, this is his video here. So, external BFO using PCB-way PCBs, prototyping with help from his viewers. Now, a lot of people did help Manuel come up with that. So, well, not he designed it, but they just sort of tweaked it a little bit. So he's done, I think there's 3 videos he did on the BFO. There's 2 there, but I think there was another one somewhere. Yeah, there's another one up there. That was the final video there. So he did 3 videos on it. So check out Manuel's channel. That's his little logo there. Electronics Old and New. Really good. Don't forget to click on the bell. He's currently doing another of these German valve radios that he seems to be a bit of an expert on those. Sort of gets my attention when he pulls a transistor set out of the blue, and the one that caught my attention was the Grundig Satellite 2100 that he did. You can see he's done 8 parts on that, and he did 8 parts on that, and that's how he came to build the BFO, really, because he wanted to try and resolve SSB. And they do a plug-in board for the that particular radio, but it's like, well, you can't get it, basically. It's rarest rocking horse poop. So there you go. That's very kind of Manuel to send that to me, and I really appreciate that, Manuel. So thank you very much, Manuel. But to say, I'm going to do whether I'll do it live stream or whether I'll do it video it and put it out as a video, I don't know. So let's get back on to there. Incidentally, I've got 4 videos lined up that I'm releasing. The first one's already gone out to my patrons. So if you're on Patreon, you can watch my latest video, which is on the Sony Air 7 that I repaired the volume and squelch pots on. So that's something I've been promising to put out there for a long time, but I was a bit reluctant to do it because the frame rate's auto-pot on it. Frame rate is way too slow. I don't know how many frames I'm getting on it, but it's really slow. But that one's out to my Patreons at the moment. So if you want to join in on Patreon, then please check it out and subscribe if you fancy it. Then you get to see all my latest videos before anyone else does. That's the plan anyway. Right. So let's have a look. So Manuel very kindly shared his parts list with me from Mauser. So I've ordered all this in, and it actually came from the States. It's taken ages to get here. It actually arrived middle part of this week. So it took well over a week to get here, which is unusual because Mauser's usually next day. But whether it's just they didn't have the bits in stock in this country, I don't know. But there's loads of it here. I mean, it's boxes and boxes. But as I say, I will build a 3rd one and give one of these away. The postage would be more than the parts and labour to make them. What's that, Doug? Christmas is coming, the wallet's getting thin. Mine's going to get thin. This lot cost me an arm and a leg, really, but I had to do it justice, and to buy a BFO, well, you don't need to buy one. So this is loads and loads of parts from Mauser. Is it Mauser or Mouser? And this, in the RS envelope, all this is some capacitors that Mauser didn't have. Now, this is literally, this envelope, let's just zoom out a little bit. This envelope is like A3 size. Yeah, it's a big envelope. It's huge, isn't it? So what's in the envelope? We've got a bit of paper, packing list. Oh, actually, so some SMD capacitors, look, in that massive great envelope. How ridiculous is that? Come on, RS. What's the matter with you? I mean, that would fit in the smallest jiffy bag going, that. Look. That envelope, that envelope for that little tiny strip of, I think, was it 25 SMD caps? How ridiculous is that? So these are these temperature C0G caps, 220 picofarad, 630 volt, automotive grade. So they're pretty good caps. They weren't cheap either, actually. For SMD stuff, that was fairly expensive, but there you go. That's crazy, isn't it? How mad is that? I mean, to be honest, they've been getting a lot better recently. This is all recyclable, and it's just paper padding in it now. It's not got any of the plastic bubbles inside it, so we can use that on the wood burner, which is ideal. So yeah, that's the RS caps in the massive bag. The rest of this is potentiometers. I'm not going to get all this out because it'll go everywhere. Some little, so I've got a mixture of surface mount and through hole here for the different boards. But I should have enough components to do them all, hopefully. I think the only thing I'm short of is some little trimmers, because I haven't got the right ones. But there's loads of these little SMD stuff. So give me a bit of a practice on my SMD work. There's loads of SMD, look. Tony, thanks, mate. I need a beer after this lot, I'll tell you. So yeah, there we are. That's the bits to build it. And I think I've got some more of these inductors in here as well. Variable inductors, little IF transformers. I think there's some of those in here as well. Potentiometers. I hope there's those in there. Potentiometers. Audio transformers. Yeah, so there's some of these little transformers in here as well. So pretty much got nearly everything apart from a couple of these little. They're like these, the little multi-turn. I'm too far out now, aren't I? Gone one extreme to the other. Yeah, so these little multi-turn pots, you can't really see that, can you? So, yeah, there we are, something like that. So I need to get a couple of those, well, 4 of those actually. So I think Manuel must have had those to hand, but I need to just order those, and then I'm away. So I will be videoing that, and I might do it live actually. Let's put all those bits in there. I'm going to put those circuit boards in there as well. Manuel also gave me some instructions which I'll need. There. So Manuel very kindly wrote me out some instructions and told me what all the different values were, which is great. So let's keep all that together so I don't get it mixed up with all the other stuff that's coming in and out here. Yeah. I think they've stopped doing the paper bags, Sean, at last. They've stopped doing all the paper bags, but they were pretty good, the paper bags, for the wood burner. So there we are. That's that parcel done. And the last parcel I've got is this one. I'll zoom back out again because it's taking up a lot of space. Now this parcel's come all the way from France. French France. Just across the water. And this has come in from Paul Duval. I'm not sure if Paul's in today. We got a Paul in, but I'm not sure which Paul is Paul. So, Paul, if you're there, Paul, come and say hello. So this is some stuff that Paul was clearing out. He said, did anybody need any of it? I said, well, probably don't need any of it, but it's all good stuff. It'd be a shame to let it go to waste. So I said, send it on to me, and if anybody needs any of it, they can just drop me a line and I can get it sent out to them. So I'm not 100% sure exactly what's in here, but I assume this is what it is because it's got some Le Fouille France written on the label there. Let's just move my thing out of the way. It's an asylum meter. A winning lottery ticket. That would be nice, Dom, wouldn't it? But no, this is a box full of electronic bits. So what I'll do is I'll just drop it down. Where can I put it? Where have I got room? Precariously balanced there. So let's flipping heck. Let's have a look. So I know there's a few of you that build your own circuit boards, etc. I'm going to probably regret tipping this out now, aren't I? I'm going to regret tipping this out, but there's loads of stuff. Hi, Tricky Soul, how are you? You're a fan of Old Treasury, new to the live platform. Welcome, Tricky. Good to see you, mate. So we've got all sorts of bits and pieces here. What have we got? We've got a 2N3054. That's I can't remember what that package is called. Is it a TO? This is smaller than the usual size, which is these. Some Motorola. Let's get you in a bit closer so you can actually see this a bit better. It's difficult knowing where what you can see and what you can't. So we've got some more transistors there. 2N3618. We've got a 7812 voltage regulator. Now, I was looking at something yesterday with one of those regulators in it. I can't remember what it was now. Was it last night? Were we looking at that? So 7812 voltage regulator, that'll come in handy. Some bridge rectifiers. They look fairly hefty. If you can see those. They will come in handy. Always using those. Another even heftier bridge. 200 volt. 200 volt? 240 volt. No, we don't. 200 volt. Of course we don't. That's on the output, isn't it? Not the input. Yeah, so that's a beefier one again. What's that weird looking package? A read relay. A reed relay. A 7815 regulator. It's a 15 volt regulator. Brilliant. What's that? That's one of those high power diodes, isn't it? In like a panel fitting. Pretty hefty thing with micro washers. We've got these little boxes. Transistor 3055. That's the classic power supply transistors, isn't it? 3055s. In fact, I think George was working on one of them the other day. So, brand new old stock 2N3055s. I can't say I've ever had one of those go though. I think it's one of those parts you get it because you got a lot of stuff that fits it, but so that says PNP 3055. Different stock number, but I assume it's the same transistor. And this IC EL2099CT from Philippines. What on earth is that? Be careful with that just in case. Oh, okay. It's a multi-legged IC. I won't touch it in case it's static sensitive because it's got the static sensitive foam in that. So that's an EL2099CT. If anybody's got a need for one of those. We've got a whole box, a whole bag of these 4025s. Gonna fun packing this lot away, aren't I? And some 3054s. That must be what these have come out of. 3054. 3054. Yeah, 2N3054. PNP version of the 3055. Well, this is the sort of stuff you probably use, Nick, isn't it? So we've got some various Motorola's there. 2N3716, AUY10, AUY10. I do use these from time to time, but maybe one or two a year, if that. So not a lot. 2N3618. Motorola again, by the looks of it. All new old stock. And some more of those. I don't know, would these have been used in TVs? There's some ICs there. What's that? Is there anything of note? ICL 7605s. BDY 18. Are they all the same IC? We've got a smaller one there. It's a 8-pin. Can't see what that is. Let's have a quick look at that. You forgot who sent them big thumbs up. Peter. Sorry, Paul. Paul Duval sent these over. So thank you, Paul, if you're watching. I'm just trying to see what that little smaller IC was. We've got another transistor or regulator there. It's a regulator, I think. 7812, yeah. Some more of those diodes with the nuts and insulators. (7605) ICs. I'm trying to see what that little IC was. Where is he? There. Ah, not marked. It's marked, but it's got a bit of plastic film over the top of it. Not sure. Not sure. Okay, another 7912 regulator. Well, that's higher voltage. We've got a wafer switch. A BBM wafer 1P 12 watt by the looks of it. That's quite nice. I'm sure some use will come of that at some stage. Wafer switch. There's loads of kit uses them. It's got like a rectangular with rounded ends fitting. Some more of these 3055s, AD 161 and 162, but it's not. It's actually a 2N 3055. It's a PMP 3055, a 309K 5-volt regulator. 309K, that's possibly, that's a similar looking one to the one that's fitted in the, was it the VIC-20 or the Commodore 64? I'm not sure if that was a 5-volt reg. It might have been, actually. So that might be one of the ones that fits in the Commodore 64. It's always worth changing those. And a 2N3771 in that same package. Loads of stuff. And another one of those 309K regulator ICs. So there's more. There's more. It's not just there's loads more stuff in here. So again, if anybody needs any of this, let me know. I'll keep it here. But there is a lot of it. Oh, what have we got here? We've got some relays by the looks of it. Let me just put this stuff we've looked at away. I missed the relays. And make sure I don't put anything in the bag that... Seen that and those. We've got some relays. We've got a lot of relays. Shango stock. 7912 and negative voltage regulators. These are marked OP Olair Limited. Strange, very strange pinout on it. Looks like the coil. I don't know if you can see that. Let's see if we can. Let's get you on the overhead camera. That's probably easier. It would have been easier to get you on the overhead camera to start with, I think. So it looks like the coil goes across the center two pins there, which is a bit bizarre. So they're obviously panel mount relays. There's some hefty ones here as well. I can't see what the markings are on those. So it's just about C. So it looks like coils across the bottom there. Again, this is something that I'll probably never ever use, but oh, there we are. There's a better one with a bit better markings on it. It looks like this. Is it CP Claire or OP Claire? It's another different configuration. Again, looks like the coil goes across, diagonally across. You get the glare off the light. There's one in a little little packet there. STC. What would these have been used in then? Any idea? So again, the coil is the second, and was that all the coil? Looks like they're joined there. So you think this is from TVs, do you? And these are pretty much all the same. Yeah, pretty much. Well, that's a little bit different, but the weird pins on that lot. So yeah, that's pretty much all the relays. Relays for 12 volts. Hi Keith, how are you? You can still get a box of tricks that enables you to watch an analog TV though, can't you? I'm assuming you can still play a video recorder back through them, can't you? I'll leave it on the overhead camera. Older transmitters, it could well be, Theo. So we've got some crystals here. 1961, look. Ilminster in Somerset. Interesting. So these are 200 kilohertz. MFL? And this is like a museum of parts, isn't it? Look at those beauties. Wow, that's what you call a crystal. That's a proper crystal, that, isn't it? That is a proper crystal. That's a monster. It's marked on it Brooks. 200 kilohertz, 3-70. They're very, very well made. We can actually test one of those because I've got my crystal tester here as well. I've got my little crystal tester circuit that I built. So 200 kilohertz apparently. Very nice. From Ilminster in Somerset, 1961. Totally unused, look. Don't start me on collecting spare parts either. They may have drifted. They make amazing earrings. Atari 2600, playback on TV, yeah. They would, and the Commodores. Well, all of the old original computers would play back through an OR TV. Well, this is only 200 kilohertz. Could you pull it 2 kilohertz? I suppose that's a bit of an ask, isn't it? I don't know if you could pull the extra bit of frequency with a capacitor, Nick. But you're welcome to have one of those if you want one, mate. Nice, isn't it? So we've got more. There's more. GEC Semiconductors, it's 60. It's like T7412. It says GRN Well, there's lights blowing it out a little bit, isn't it? That's better. Oh, look at those. Oh, got a French spider in there, look. Whoa, they're nice. What are they? Can anyone look those up? Let's get Googling quick. I don't know if you can see that. See if I can get it right around. It says, well, T7412 GE. It looks like GEQ on there, but it's obviously GEC. T741Z. 741Z, not 2. What on earth are they for then? I have seen them in equipment with the same package as that. Obviously, they're all going to be different uses. Just because they look the same, don't mean they're the same part. But there's a load of those there. It's an op-amp, Nick, is it? So it's a T741Z. Yeah, T741Z. 1981 date code, Doug, is it? 8112. Wembley, Middlesex. Interesting, there's more boxes of this stuff. I haven't got a 198 kilohertz, but we've got some more crystals. Excuse me, these are 90 kilohertz. Still not near your 198 yet. Oh, hell. Ooh, look at that. We've got some Volve crystals. Volve. Hell. They look impressive, don't they? Look at those. Totally unused. There's no mark. Well, these two are unused. They might be, unless it's just tarnished. Brooks crystals? 1961. 90 kilohertz. 52.0 P. Is that picofarads? PI? They're impressive. TV parts, Keith, is it? I have seen these crystals used in radios though as well. It's picofarads, isn't it? 51 picofarads, 90 kilohertz. What's this one? Now this looks like a different manufacturer. This is, yeah, this is a different manufacturer. This is 500 kilohertz. This is 30 picofarads. What amazing! So you can actually see the crystal in the top there. Look, see it? Where am I? You see the crystal wafer on top there. Lovely. A thing of beauty. Again, that's something that I'll never use. There's 0.01%. Look, that's hellish accurate. 0.01%. So there's another 500. This actually doesn't say what the picofarads are on that one. That was 30. I can't read what that says. Nice. They are nice things, aren't they? So I'm sure somebody somewhere one day will need one of those, and I've got them. I'm the curator. They are nice, Gary, aren't they? And there's more. We've got another little tiny box here. What's this? Looks like more crystals. We've got various numbers on there. We've got 7086, 4850, 4046, June 1968. So we've got 3 different numbers on those, so God only knows what the frequency is. That one's, is that 13? Let's get, I'm sort of away from the camera a little bit. Let's say 1308333, 1976. And this one says 56945, or is it 149000? I don't know. £6,000 buy it now, sure. You can decipher the date code. This says brush on this one. And that's like 3599.1. Interesting. So again, more crystals. If anyone needs a crystal, that's the ones I've got. What else have we got in here? Oh my god, it looks like a load of dead spiders in here, but it's not. It's actually components. Very strange looking components. So now these, I'm pretty sure that these are fairly popular in equipment. Mullard OC36s. Yeah, Mullard OC36s. Now, I don't know if this vintage hi-fi equipment uses those. I can't remember, but I'm probably wrong. It might be OC70 something I'm thinking of. OC36s. Anybody need any of those? Hi Hilali, how are you? Got your icon back, Hilali? Or am I thinking of someone else? I'm thinking of someone else actually, Hilali, so ignore that. So welcome. So the Volv crystals were used in SIGGENs and other bits of test gear, military radios, etc. Ah. The brush was probably used as a sweep oscillator. Very good, David. So these are germaniums, OC36s. I'm sure I've seen those in equipment before. There's loads of these. Is it TO? Now I've seen that symbol very recently as well. Now, I'm trying to think what... I've ordered some diodes from these people recently, this I something R brand. Is it international diodes or something like that? I can't remember now. IRF 430. And there's another one there. That's a different one. Is that an LT 1086? They're all the same, and these are the same as well. IFR 430s. I've seen these in something very recently, but I can't think what the hell it was. And certainly I can remember seeing that symbol. Wow, I'm racking my brains now. The memory isn't that good nowadays, people. And all that's left now is these this box of let's see if I can get it. Looks like a load of dead spiders, look. There's an absolute loads of these, absolutely loads of them, look. So take it they're all the same. So there's one that's jumped out there. Trying to shield the light off of it so I can see, but you can't see now. I'm gonna have to get the glasses on. But it's another one of those multi-leg gold-plated ICs with a huge name on it. So it is Teledyne Relays. Really? My God, that's a relay. That is a relay. Where am I? I thought it was an IC, but it's not. It's a relay. What does it say on the box? 8520A. So this is an 8517A039. Are all these the same ones? No, that's a different one. So again, this is a relay. And it's an 8520A177. You would not just step on one of those, would you? You wouldn't like to step on one of those. But yeah, it is a relay. You get a relay into a tiny package like that. Very nice. International rectifier, yes. On the farmyard PCBs. I thought I'd seen them, Andrew. Well, there you go. I think that's it. Is there more in underneath? No, that's just packaging under there. Well, there you are, in from Paul Duval. So if anybody needs any of that kit, you'll need to just let me know. And I don't know if you'll be able to pull one of those 200 kilohertz crystals down to 198, Nick. Do you think that's possible? Let's just go back to the main camera. So if anybody needs any of that, let me know. Get my head thing off now, because that makes me head overheat right when I'm running out of space to put things now. Will one of those crystals fit in there? I could try it on my scope, I suppose. One of those 200 kilohertz ones. I've got a little pot in there as well to try and pull them. I wonder if that'll fit in. Yeah, that'll fit in there. Let's try one on the scope then, shall we? Just darken that down a little bit. Too much. Darkened it too much now, Graham. So yeah, I've just built this for testing crystals really. The idea is you put your crystal in, either because these two are linked, I believe. And connect it up to my scope with a 9-volt battery, or whatever I've got handy at the time. I've got a rechargeable there. I don't know what that is. So let's see if there's any voltage left in that. .9 volts. So let's connect that up and we'll chuck it on the scope a minute and see. Just unplug the scope as well. See what they're measuring. It's difficult to show you the scope because I've got loads of rubbish hanging all over it. I might be able to. Or a signal generator, I suppose, but I tend to use the scope. Just connect this up then. It might have drifted down to 198. So I can't remember what the circuit was now, but if you check on, if you go online and look at crystal tester, let's connect my battery up. And this here was just to put this one in line. So let's connect that up to my scope. What are we on? Times 10. Let's go auto set. Peak to peak. No, I think I may be in the wrong. I may have to go across there. Let me have a look. Yeah, okay. Right, let's just check, just adjust that a minute. I'm going to have to go across there, I think. It's not measuring anything at the moment. Why are you not measuring anything then, Mr. Crystal? Put that in there. Does that make any difference? Frequency. It ain't measuring the frequency for some reason. It's saying 1.2 kilohertz. Well, it ain't 1.2 kilohertz. Yeah, it's definitely not that centre one. That centre one's not connected to anything. I thought they were paired across, but obviously not. Grandad Cruncher, what are you on about? You think I'm testing an opponent? Richard O'Brien can test crystals. This is a little circuit I built just for testing crystals, but for some reason it ain't testing this one very well. Where's my scope probe? Acquire, no, auto set. For some reason that is not measuring. I don't know why, because it normally does. Unless it's a duff crystal, but I wouldn't have thought so. No, it's all over the shop according to that. Let's try my frequency counter, see if that'll measure it. I don't know that the frequency counter will measure it because it's not a strong enough signal, I don't think. I did get that the right way around, didn't I? Just double check. Let's do it the other way around just in case. No. Ah. Okay, well the frequency counter is measuring it, but the scope isn't for some reason, so let's get you on the frequency counter. If I can find the frequency counter, there we go. This is measuring 194.8 apparently. I'm pretty sure if I put this, it's pretty stable, isn't it? 194.8 kilohertz. I'm pretty sure I made this so as I can put this. Let me put this little thing in. That's made it a lot worse now, isn't it? Doesn't like that going in there, does it? Hmm. Volts. It's not measuring it, is it? It just ain't measuring it. Try ×1. Okay. No, I don't think this it's giving it a big enough signal for the frequency counter to read it. It was doing all right on the oscilloscope, but it was measuring all sorts of weird and wonderful stuff. Oh well, it was worth a try. I'll have to have a look at that. But that little circuit was working because I've tested a crystal with that recently and it was fine. So unless I've got a duff crystal, could try another one, I suppose, just to see, because they are pretty old. Let's try one of the ones from the middle. So basically this is just like a little oscillator circuit that I built for it. Hi Andy, how are you? Oh, I see what you're saying, Nick. Yeah, you could well be right. You're the man for RF. It may well not pick it up, I suppose. This was originally made to measure a crystal with around about 3 megs. Yeah. Just looking at the scope there now. No, it might be my battery, I suppose. It's not 9 volt. Let's stick 9 volts from the power supply into it. I don't remember which one's the positive. Is that one? No, the scope just doesn't seem to be measuring it for some reason. Definitely in channel 1. I mean, it is measuring something, but not... Oh, hang on. Hang on, hang on. I found it. I've got it. I've got it. Let's get the other camera down there. I found it. Whether that first one was a bit naff, I don't know. It's definitely oscillating. It doesn't seem very stable though for some reason. It's... Oh. No. It's not a very good waveform, is it? But it is oscillating. I've just switched it to ×10 on the probe, but it was a bit more stable just now. So if I put my capacitance in there. No. It looks like it's not measuring it very well for some reason. I don't know why. But we have got a waveform. We have got a waveform off of it. So it is oscillating. Anyway, I'm wasting time, aren't I? I'm wasting time. I've got loads more. There's loads more to play with, yeah? Let's get the main camera down on the bench again. get that one out of the way. Let's turn the scope off and the power supply. Well, that's my little crystal tester that didn't work on that crystal because possibly it was a low value. But certainly on the 10 meg crystals and that, it works fine. So maybe I need a different circuit to test the lower values, as Nick pointed out. So if you want one of those, Nick, to have a play with, you'll have to let me know and I'll pop one up to you, mate. You never know, you might be able to pull it with a capacitor to 198. Or was that for that ICOM 8500 that you were working on? Okay, right, time to look at... That's all the unboxings done. That's everything unboxed now. There's no more unboxings, you'll be pleased to know. Interesting though, isn't it? Interesting stuff. So let me go and grab something else that's arrived in. Again, I think I'll try and do it in order of arrival. Or do I need to go for a comfort break? Right, I'm trying to think what I got hold of first. So I think this is first. Okay, let's go with this. I'll have a look at this first because this came... I don't know what this is. I do not know what this is. It looks like some sort of power supply. But the plug doesn't seem to fit anything that I've got here. It's weird. It's a 4-pin plug with obviously only 2 wires. It's obviously got a plug on the other end, so I'd suggest it's some sort of power supply, but it's pretty light. It's pretty light. Pretty light. So we've got a screw missing and we've got a bit of a break there. If it's got a transformer in it, it's only a small one. So let's have a look. It's for filtering the modulation of Radio 4 long wave. Oh, right, okay, Nick. It's something you're building, is it? Do you think you can pull it with a capacitor? It is a transformer. Okay. It is a power supply. It's only a Diddy transformer, but what is that? I can't see. So it looks homebrew. So we've got bridge rectifier, and then let's get it on the overhead camera. The overhead camera seems a lot better, doesn't it? You can just see so much more with that. So we have a little Diddy transformer, West Tool, ES12, TD132. Oh, it doesn't tell us anything about the output. It's a board mounted transformer. Although for some reason the pins have not been soldered in that brilliantly. We've got a little yeah, this ain't great, to be honest. I don't know if you can see that, but the board is warped to hell where someone's got a nut and a bolt with this strain relief, which doesn't really work because it doesn't grip the cable. So it's a homebrew power supply, I think. Got a bit of stray wires off that. I wonder what it is though. Let's have a look. So this is the plug that's on the end of it. This is a weird connector. I've not seen one of those before. Grundig, you think? I don't know. I think that's just a transistor there. I don't think it's a regulator, but there's no diode in here, so it could be some sort of regulator. Let's plug it into the variac. I don't think we need to bother with a dim bulb. I don't know if it's going to fit. It's got a tiny little mains cable on it. Just unravel it a minute. Yeah, it's not going to fit down that far. Yeah. How are we going to do this then, Graham? How are we going to do this? We're going to need to probably use the extension lead. And my extension lead is in love with everything else, and there goes my alarm clock again. So let's just unplug. It might be a useful little supply for powering a radio, to be honest, although it's got the wrong plug on the end of it. Let's pop it in. Let's have a look first at the fuse, and I haven't got any 3 amp fuses. Oh, it's a 2 amp. That's unusual. 2 amp fuse, even better. Old school plug though, look, but it has got the safety shrouded pins. Proper MK plug. Nice. Sarah's built this. It's got a little bit of good taste to get a decent plug to put on the end of it. So variac's on nothing. Let's plug it in. Let's get a multimeter. It's got a bridge rectifier on it, so we know it's DC. It's got a filter cap. It's very similar to the plug found inside old computers. I don't know which wires are which, so I'm going to have to take this little plug off. So you think it could be a computer supply? Interesting. Okay, right, it's those 2 wires. We shouldn't take that apart now. Right, so it's the second and the last. Now, I don't know whether this fits with any of this equipment that I bought, but I don't think it does. I can't think, unless I've got a reel-to-reel player, but I don't think it's going to be for that. So that's got a mains plug on it. So it was... I'm going to have to look at the connectors again now. that one, and that one. Now I'm going to have to take the plug apart and clip it on. Let's get that out of the way so we don't short it out, and that. Right, I'm just going to have a quick comfort break and then we'll get back and see what this is doing. I'll be back. I've got to get the no, that one there. I say, looking at the connector, it does look like it should have gone on to flat pins. But I don't know. Right. Let's, it doesn't appear to have any on-off switch on it. Definitely no on-off switch there anywhere. So see if the magic smoke comes out of it. We're casting a shadow with that, aren't we? That's better. It's got some fairly hefty resistors in there. They've got to be 1 watt resistors, if not bigger. I think that's a 470 microfarad filter cap, and I say this, I don't think that's a regulator. It's one of the BD type transistors. Right, so let's wind up and see what it's up to. I'm climbing, I'm up to 160 volts. It's doing 9 volts. So I'm now going up 200. It looks like it's regulated about 10 volts, doesn't it? So we're 240 volts, look. 10.4 volts offload. So would you say that's a 9 volt would that be a 9 volt power supply? It's regulated though, I think. So if I pull the power down a bit, so if I come down to 200 volts, it doesn't seem to drop off much. So I'm at 200 volts and it's still at 10.4, look. See where it drops off. So it's now dropping 170 volts, it drops off, but staying pretty steady at 10.4 right up to 240. Simon, there's our power supply expert. You've been given a Roberts R606MB. It works okay, but the aerial is trash. Is it worth spending money on? You should be able to get one of the Chinese aerials that will fit it, Rob, for next to nothing. They're not expensive. Something like one of these. One of these type aerials to fit it, Rob. On eBay, if you just search for, I think it's 10 section aerial, that should fit it, mate. And they're about £3 odd each, so they're not expensive. Yes, Simon. It's just a little basic power supply board that has come. It's doing 10.47 at 240 volts. I mean, if we go up to 260, 270 volts, it's doing 10.5. But 240 volts on the Variac anyway is just under 10.5 volts. Would that be a 9 volt supply, do you think? Toodles. Toodles is Simon. Yeah, so there we are. So we've got a 10.4 volt power supply. I'd say I've not got anything. Have I got something 9 volt that I could stick on it to test it? What have I got 9 volts? Anybody think of anything I got that's 9 volts that I can test it with? Trying to think if I've got any 9 volt radios here. Let me think. What about this Rambler? That's a 9 volt, isn't it? Yeah, let's stick this Robert Rambler on it. It's 10 volts. It's not going to hurt the Rambler. So I'm going to just pop this Roberts Rambler that I just randomly picked off the shelf the other day for some reason. I don't know why exactly. Let me see if I can hook that up as well as the other thing. Just pop the power off a minute. Oh, hang on. I was going to see, is that the right way round? Yeah, it is. 50-50 chance of getting the positive and negative the right way round, and got it right first time. Okay. I don't even know if this little Rambler works actually. I've got so many cameras going now, it's unreal. So there's a little Roberts Rambler. So let's pop the power back onto that again. So it's
edge distance. 16 over the side.
And the actual shock that comes from the being darkness.
Last on to the age race date, the third victory since the season resumed. And at half-time in the Premiership, it's Leicester Tigers 11, Harlequin 17, London Irish 0, Bristol 17.
So it's strange voltage, isn't it? It literally is sort of 10.5 volts, which is a bit unusual. Yeah. There we are. Well, bizarre. So I'll just stick sort of, I'll have to write 10.4 volts on that. And, I don't know, at some stage I may find a need for a 10.4 volt supply. I suspect it's supposed to be 10 volts, not 10.4. So let's get this carnage cleared up a minute, and then we can look at the next bit of kit. So it looks like it's doing, you reckon that'll be all right for 9 volts? It's not going to really hurt anything, Simon, is it? It ain't going to hurt nothing. Let's put me, me Rambler. That was the radio. There's little Roberts Rambler. One I've got in to restore at some stage. Lovely colour, though. We can't really see it in that camera, that brilliant, but yeah, the overhead camera probably do it more justice. It's a very nice sort of, it's like a in between turquoise and jade. I suppose they would call it, it's a fairly dark turquoise. So no, that's not a giveaway before anyone asks. I actually bought that for the spare room because it matches in with Mrs. Cruncher's colour scheme. I've had that one for a few years now. Never got round to fixing it. I might be 9 volts at 100 milliamp load. Yeah, because that's only going to be like 20-30 milliamps, that radio. Yeah, you could be right there, Doug. It's a useful little power supply, definitely. It's so easy, you could build that yourself, couldn't you? Right, let's get that out of the way. Yeah, it's a weird plug though, isn't it, that? I really don't know what that plug's all about. And the pins, the power supply pins, They've got a little bit of tarnishing on them. Let's see if I can show you that on the overhead camera. See the pins? They're like... So yeah, unsure what that would have been on. A little bit unusual. Well. Right, let's get that out of the way. There's nothing that I've picked up from the same lot that would fit that, really. So it's a bit of a mystery, that. Mystery. It's a mystery. Right, we're getting clear. We're getting cleared up. Right, let me go and get a radio. And a rather grubby one it is too. Any ideas? You should be able to tell what that is just from the grill. Yeah, you should be able to tell what that is just from the grill. Yeah, Simon got that one. It's got a unique grill, isn't it, the Helmsman? There's no other hacker grill like that. It's unique. Why did they do a grill like that just for this? But you're quite right. It is a very grubby and rather poorly looking hacker Helmsman. So the hacker Helmsman, for those that don't know, was hackers go at the shortwave market, really. I'm going to need to get something to wipe that over with because it is pretty manky. Don't really want to be touching hold of that. Where's my wet wipes when I want them? I've chucked everything out of this room to get all this gear in here. I don't know that they are. So let's get it in shot a bit better. It's very, very grubby. I can't hardly read the thing on top. But I got this in a job lot of radios up near Bridgewater, and I think it was someone passed away, and this was all this kit that I picked up came from the loft. I think that was the story behind it. So these are quite nice radios, to be fair. They're very nice radios. Although this one's not looking very yellow, so I think this has probably been in a smoker's environment. It's pretty, pardon me, nice procurement. Yeah, hi Jess. How you doing, Jess? Weather's bad. It's bad here, Jess. I'm not that far up the coast from you. It's rough as hell today. Right, that's a bit more usable. It's got the original aerial, which is a godsend, and it's dead straight as well. Wow. I've seen a lot of Helmsmans, but I've not seen a lot with an original aerial, to be honest. So that's That's a big bonus. Right, that's sort of a bit better. The grill as well is pretty good. There's a couple dinks in it, but not bad at all. Again, these are very soft grills, a little bit like the Roberts radios. You know, they only need a little tiny knock and they've got what looks like a massive dent in them. Yeah, I'm going to have to go over that with something a bit stronger than antibacterial wipes. Yeah, it's been in a smoking environment, this one, because you can tell by the colour coming off of it. It's very yellow. But it will come up. It will clean up quite nicely, actually. So we've got 3 shortwave bands, medium wave and long wave. So we've got, I don't know if you work in megahertz or meters, but looks like 11 meters to 25 meters, 25 to 59 or 61 meters, and then 75 meters to, well, 1.6 megahertz, it says, which is what, 180 meters, isn't it? No, 160? I'm not sure. But the reason I thought that power supply might have been something to do with this, because we've got a lovely add-on in the side. Someone's decided to put a speaker jack in there and fix it with 2 nails. So it's not screws, that's actually nails. Oh, lovely. Some people have not got a clue. What's a clue? Oh well. It's looking a bit dark on that camera, isn't it? Don't know why. You're feeling better? No, the trumpet's got us. Not nice, Jess, is it? No, it's no FM on these. These were designed for people on boats. Hence the Helmsman thing. Well, that's the market that they aimed them at. So yeah, we've got a lovely 2-pin DIN speaker socket in the side. I think it's 2-pin DIN. It might be 3-pin, but it certainly isn't the same connector as is on that power supply. Rear grille, flippity floppity, but again, they're pretty easy to fix. And one thing about the Helmsman, let's turn that, I'll tell you what, I know it's blowing out because we've got the window in it. One thing about the Helmsman, there's no padding in the cases of the Helmsman. Again, whether that was because they need to be a bit more robust because of the market they were aimed at. But we've got swivel base, although that's really stiff. A little bit of rust on the hinge, but nothing major on the outside. Let's have a look on the inside. Well, we've got some nice, horrible hang on, let's get rid of that. That's going to go everywhere. Very perished foam. That's going to fall apart if I touch it even. Let's scrape that off with. That's very perished. Really don't want that everywhere. Horrible stuff. Okay. Why on earth they've stuck that in there? Maybe it was making a vibrating noise or something. Let's just chuck that in the bin. not the radio, the foam. Right. So I can see another good thing going for it is we've got the original battery tray. Now that is a rare thing in one of these. It's got a metal support on it. What have we got in here? Peter? It looks like an old cigarette packet. Peter. Just says Peter. Mogul tray. Battery tray. Yeah, it is. These are different to the other Hacker battery trays in that they're sort of like almost, what do you call it? I can't remember what they call the process now, but it's some like blown polystyrene or something. It's molded, plastic molded. So it looks like our 2-pin DIN speaker is actually connected to the speaker. So someone has gone to the trouble of drilling a hole in the side of a lovely Hacker Helmsman to put an external speaker socket on. I mean, why didn't they just come off of that and just stick it out the side here somewhere? Why do you want to go and drill a whacking great hole in the side of a radio? I don't know. So anyway, we've got a lovely diddy little amp board, look, an A205, which is the same as the Sovereign 2, I believe. A205, I've got one here. Is that an A205? Well, it's not the same. It's not the same. It's a smaller board. Definitely says A205/5, but it's almost like it's backwards as well. It's almost like a mirror image of this, but without the extra transistor on. It's not. Oh, it's got AF117s in it. I was just going to say, is it one of the ones with AF117s? And yes, it is. It's only got AF117s on the IF board, though. So that comes to our next question, doesn't it? The question that we always got to ask is, will it or won't it work? Now, I've got to be very careful taking this connector here off, because I don't want to just pull it. I'm just going to prise them off with a screwdriver. Just don't want to put any strain on this tray, because it's very easy for these terminals to pull out of the end. So don't just grab them, snap them off, because you're likely to pull one of these terminals clean out of the plastic. But that is in very good nick. Very good. I like the way they've joined it there. Look, they've just soldered two terminals together there to join them. Works though. Okay, so do we think this is going to work then? Being it's got some AF117s on it. George Cheesy. You need to keep the C out, that's why you add the socket. Really, George? So this is a 12 volt, not an 18 volt, because you've got 8 D cells. So it is 12 volt. So let's get the power supply. 12 volt, current limit. So do we think it's going to work or not? Do you think the AF117s are going to let us down? Or is it happy days? I've got to find my power leads now. We've got stuff everywhere here again. It was nice and tidy earlier. Oop, steady. Oh, hello. The back row's decided it's had enough and it's coming off. That's probably in the bin then. Where's that gone to? Have I just shook that into the bin? Let me just check. Oh no, it's over there on the floor. But it's in good nick, the grill, so that'll go back on fairly easily. It's not damaged at all. It's obviously got no pegs left on it, so we can just put just melt some solder legs in there, some capacitor legs, and reattach that. So is it going to work or isn't it? Give the AF117s a whack. Yeah, but it's the initial power on. Will she work? Bugard headphone socket. Yeah, see, there's a headphone socket in the top, so why would they want to drill that in the side? I just really can't understand that. Unless the speaker's gone. It could be the speaker's gone. It will. Nothing in that can't take that sort of voltage. Stick 20 volts up it. It's having 12. It's not going back on with super glue, George. You're on a wind up again, aren't you? If you put it on with super glue, it'll look like a pig's ear. Right, let's go medium wave. It looks like the dial cord's attached, which is always good news. Aerial only works on shortwave, but we can get an external aerial attached to that to check out shortwave. Right, we're good to go. Will he or won't he? I'm going to get a beer. So we've had the bishop's finger. Let's get the champion next. That's proper stuff. 7.3%. It's almost a barley wine, but one of my favourite beers. Lovely stuff, this. Never do wind-ups. Hi Michael, how are you? Does it play MP3 via USB? No. I'll just have a look, see if it's got an input, but it hasn't. It's got external aerial for shortwave. It's got a phone socket. It's got external aerial for long wave and medium wave, and it's got tape output. So it looks like the external aerial for long and medium wave is the sort of car aerial. Is it Motorola connector? I don't know. Start at 30 volts and anything bad will blow. It'd probably blow the tops off the AF117s. I think there's 3 in this one. Andrew reckons 0 chance. Theo's no. Flippin' heck, someone. I've just seen that very bad joke. There used to be a woman on Brighton Beach who sold batteries. She sold sea cells on the seashore. Oh my God, that's bad. That is bad. Dear, oh dear. So cheers again, everybody. Zap them in place. Right, here we go. Let's fire them up. Is that the sound of burning whiskers? Was that a severely dirty pot? Let's go with the severely dirty pot thing to start with. Let's just give that a quick squirt. And most of this is going to go in my beer, I expect. Sound of deafness. You almost heard Zorba, did you, Michael? You got some good hearing, unless you're quite near a Greek taverna. Let's see if that's any better. No, it's a no. So it was the sound of dying AF117, so let's give him a whack. One we can get at, two we can't without taking it out of the chassis. Taking the chassis out of the case. So I can see one in there. Make sure that's not going to short out on anything. Can hear a bit of RF now. Trying. Hi Arthur, how are you? ICF 6700, do you mean 7600 or 6700, Arthur? So there's no bass on this, so we've got band spread and treble. Well, what do you think? What do you think? Should we whip it out quickly and remove the shields, or should we move on to the next radio? What do you think? Move on, or have a quick look at it? So it's the 6700, the shoebox style field portable, predecessor of the 6800. I can't say I've ever worked on one of those, Arthur. I know a man that probably has, but he's not in today. It's Aston. So Aston, if you're there lurking, you're the man. Bury it. Next. Look at it. We've got mixed feelings on this. To be fair, it'll take me like 5 minutes to whip this out and do it. So let's have a quick look. Let's get the handle off. Let's quickly have a look while we're here. You know, we might not get through all these radios today, which means there'll be more for another day. In fact, it's very unlikely that we will get to see all of these today. See if it floats. Give it half a chance, have a sober second look. I am still sober, Andy. Are you trying to say I sound drunk? That's only my second beer and I've only had one sip of it. Test to destruction. Come on, Brett. You'd love a Helmsman if you haven't already got one. These are lovely radios and they're quite sought after as well. They're fairly valuable, so it's one of the reasons why I picked this lot up. So it's pretty easy to get at these. They're very easy to service the hackers. Very easy. Everything's laid out really nicely. Let's just pop the soldering iron on. Get that out of the way. Gonna have to get that horrible nailed in socket out of there so I can get the can out, because it won't come past it with that in there. That is shocking, isn't it? They've nailed it. They've nailed a socket to the side of it and nailed it in. Probably done on board, wouldn't it? Let's get rid of that nastiness. That's that. Oh dear. Mike, how you doing? Is a beauty, isn't it? Good man's. So yeah, gotta love a hacker. Second hacker of the day, Mike. If you missed earlier, we're going to be giving away a very nice hacker. Someone's gonna have a very nice Christmas present there. Okay, we've got that. Interestingly, there's 2 ferrite rods in this one as well. I don't know if you can see, but you can't really. There's another one hidden in behind there. So there's 2 ferrite rods. Spooked a radio war. It's pretty bad, isn't it? That is pretty bad, and they've made a whacking great hole in the side of it. I mean, to do that, you'd have to recover the whole centerpiece, really. Right, let me think. So that's out, that's attached, so it should come out now, in theory. Get out, you little swine. Get rid of this horrible extension speaker setup. Animals. The radio ruiners. Okay, so a couple screws there. This little aluminium can comes off. This is going to be a pig to get these off now. Now I've just remembered one of them is a bit of a sod to get off. There they are. There they are. So if you've got an early Herald, you'll have the same board as this in it. Not Herald. Yeah, Herald or Sovereign. Sovereign RP25, not a 25A, has got these boards in with the AF117s. So there's 3 there. There's one lurking in underneath there. You can just about see it. Just wondering whether I pull them more. Mike, up the hackers. Hack up the hackers. Thank you very much, mate. Hack the hackers. Check quality of playback, Jeff. No, it's 1080p, Jeff. So I'm not sure what's going on there. Can I pull these? Can I pull them? Let's give it half a chance of working, shall we? I should be able to pull a couple of them, but I might have to get a resistor out to do the last one. Sort the beer situation out because the beer takes priority. So cheers, everybody. Right, where's my forceps? Forceps, nurse. So let's just whip that first one out. That's one down. Let's say, I'm sure I had a conversation with someone the other day about the tin whiskers, and they said, well, can't you just cut them out? Well, you could do, but the problem is they'll grow across the other junctions. So although it's only maybe shorted to the ground to start with, they'll soon grow across the other junctions. Just trying to see if I can cut this out. I might just switch over to the normal camera so you can see roughly what I'm up to. So I'm just trying to lift the legs. The problem is particularly with this one, the resistors are in the way of the shield wire, so you've got to take the resistors out, or at least remove one leg to get at the shield wire, and hopefully it'll come out like that. Make sure that's not shorting on anything a minute. I need to get a little pot to put my these are Russian transplant. Suction. No, we know no sucky. Right, I just need to put those two resistors back in. What's the bet they won't go back in now? Making a pig's ear of this again. Come on, Graham, sort yourself out here. Oh dear. I think. Are you having a bit of a nightmare there, Paul? Are you sort of dreaming that Roberts were ever better than Hacker? Is that what you're thinking? Oh dear. The old Hacker Roberts debate again. One of those things, isn't it? I mean, I spoke to somebody the other day, knew nothing about radios, absolutely nothing about the technicalities, anything like that. He said his preference was Roberts. And I asked him why, and he said, because they look better. So I can see that, because they did get the design right, didn't they? It's a shame they couldn't have done the same with the electrics, but you know, whoever designed the cases and that did a good job, because they have stood the test of time. So I'll give it that, Paul. How about that? That's a bit of a concession for me, isn't it? It was Grundig. Yeah, Grundig. I've got somebody's asking me to repair a Grundig Satellite 650, which is a bit of a scary looking beast. That may be a bridge too far, you never know. Right, last one then. See if I can get this one out in one go. Again, it's another flipping awkward one. If I can grab the wire, I can pull it out. Yeah, I think I got it. There's that one there. There we go. And be careful when you do pull these leads out, because you will have voltage on the shield wires on these. So there we are. That's all three pulled. We've got some horrible transistors. Transistors. What are you going on about, Graham? Yeah, I should think so. Some horrible capacitors. I think there's a couple dallies in this one. Right, let's pop it back in the case. Gonna leave the can off of it for now, don't need that in there. Because those transistors will need to come out and be zapped or replaced with Russian equivalents. Good old Russians. Never had the problem with the tin whiskers that us good old Brits did. Okay, well that didn't take long, did it, to just pull the shield wires off? So it's just really interested to see if it's working, whether the RF's working on it. Okay, take two. See if that's cured it or not. Plug in the amplifier plug would help. Right, fire in the hole. Still nothing. Why is that then?
Joni is bloody great for listening to in the dark. Her latest biographer, David Yaffe, an academic from Syracuse University in New York, doesn't mind admitting that he was first introduced to Joni, as it were, in bed with the lights off. Don't worry, it was his girlfriend's idea. I am on a lonely road and I am trapped.
It's a bit random, it's gone quiet again now.
Chilly and siren-like.
So we've got shorts.
This was a voice that was more human.
Still got shorts on those transistors, even though I've taken the shields off.
Years ago, wasn't it? He was getting close to going on a Welsh tour and possibly getting capped, and then,
it was the Premiership final,
yeah.
Ironically against Wasps, where he took.
In America. Illness, Adelaide predicts. Bedside, the president was doing well, with only mild symptoms, and his oxygen was in the high 90s. Late Friday morning, when I returned to the bedside, the president had a high fever, and his oxygen saturation was transiently dipping below 94%.
So that's the active antenna again.
Development of concerns for possible rapid progression of the illness. I recommended the president we try some supplemental oxygen, see how he'd respond. He was fairly adamant that he didn't need it. He was not short of breath. He was tired, had the fever.
Well, off the top of my head, when I was thinking of the two...
Leicester Tigers 26, Harlequins 32.
It was off and gone. Later that day, by the time the team here was at the bedside,
shortwave, right. Stopped again. Doesn't look like it's ever been used on shortwave, this. The switch is as scratchy as hell. Oh my god.
We have a fine flourish with 22 seconds left on the clock here at the Rico Arena.
Well, that needs a bit more work, doesn't it? I need to get it back out again and clean the switches. I should have done that while it was out, really, but you know, we're trying to get through these. So let me just grab the bits and pieces. We'll put them in the little pre-made pot that they very kindly make for us. Okay, put that in there, and that one can go to bed for now. And we can move on to something else. Well, that's the other screw anyway. I had another one here somewhere. I need the folded cigarette packet. Yeah, I expect that's probably what someone did, Jeff. They probably put that in just to wedge this up a little bit, and all of a sudden it sort of moved the AF117s enough to actually make it work. So there we are. That's a very restorable Hacker Helmsman. So I shall enjoy doing that one on a stream at some stage. So let's have a quick look. Arousal? What's Sean getting aroused about? Yeah. Very good play on words there, George. A good play on words from George, but unallowed. Right, I'm just going to go and get another radio. Just going to have a comfort break, and I'm going to bring a radio back with me. Right, let's just wash this nastiness off my hands. Hands are filthy after holding all that stuff. Yeah, I still don't know what that 10-volt power supply was all about. Right, I'm just quickly going to nip down and let the doggies out the back door so they can have a wee-wee. Do you want to go toilet, puppies? Hey, come on then. You out for a wee? Go on then. Out for a wee. Go on then, Maddie, you going to go for a wee? No? No? Let's get you a treat then. Let's find a treat for the dogs. So they've been really good. Normally Mummy's here to sort you out, isn't she? But no Mummy today. So we've got a salami and we've got a burger. Who's having the salami and who's having the burger? I think Coco can have the burger and Maddie can have the salami. There you go. That's the doggy sorted out with a little treat for being so good. Open the back door up so they can go wee-wee. Right. Oh, so it looks like we're on radios with them valve things in. So next up, and again, I don't think we're going to power any of these today because they're all going to need capacitors doing probably before I can power them up. So again, this is from exactly the same job lot as the Helmsman was in, and I must have got about 4 of these now. I think it's exactly the same as the other ones I've got. Any ideas then? Oh, what are we saying? A big boy's receiver, vacuum bulbs, lay a pipe next to Dad's car door. He's already done that, George. He's already done that. Always does that to me. It is a Vidor, George. You're dead right. George has got it. And I think this is either my 3rd or 4th one of these. This is the Vidor Henley, I think. I might be wrong. So look what we got in underneath here. You never know. It's always a mystery when you open up these radios what you're going to find in underneath, isn't it? God knows. But yeah, it looks like this is a Vidor Henley, and I've definitely got 3 of these, if not 4. There's just something about them. I keep banging on about it, don't I? But oh, God. DK and DL type valves, yep. Oh dear. Weighs an absolute ton. Always hoping to find a battery in one of these. Hoping is the operative word. There's lost the little bit of copper that retains that. We've got the license label, a bit of paper. We've got the 2 battery plugs. One has got the cables pulled out of it. Always insert the plug into the LT battery before inserting the plug into the HT battery. Always remove the plug from the HT battery before removing the plug from the LT battery. Never leave the HT battery connected to the receiver unless the LT battery is also connected. So this is a mains battery radio, because obviously we've got the mains cable. And didn't I put one of those little boards in one of these? I think I did, didn't I? Was that the one that Paul let me have? It was Paul let me have a very nice one. I think I've got to do the valve bases in that one, Paul, am I still? So these are full of wax caps. We've got a split across the parcel in there on the output transformer as well. Hopefully that's not terminal. But it's all there. Someone's done a number on the, I don't know if that's, I think that's the LT, isn't it? The smaller one. Oh, it smells a bit musty though. I think the mains plug stowage. Yeah, we haven't got a mains plug like that. We've got a cut off. We've got a cut off one. So yeah, these are the small battery valves. I'm not going to fire this up today because of the fact it's got all waxies in it. Again, we can possibly look at firing that one up in a bit, but we need to get the other ones out first so you can have a look at everything that's here. I don't know if that'll stay in there or whether it won't shut. So we've got a nice selenium rectum fryer in there. Small reel-to-reel. Yeah, the antenna is actually in underneath this. So it is a Henley, isn't it? I'm sure it is. It's a CN426. Doesn't actually say it's a Henley, but I think it is. So can anybody tell me if the CN426 is the Henley? It's strange that they gave all these radios names, but they never put the actual name on the actual operating instructions. They just put the model number, which is a bit strange. I think it's the Henley anyway. That's going to cause problems if I put that in there, isn't it? Typical. Okay, you can come back out. Stink lingers around for days. I haven't had one fail yet, Doug. I'm sure it's going to happen. And Mrs. Cruncher will be very pleased, I'll bet. So there you are, Vidor. I think it's Henley. Not in bad condition, but looks like this vinyl cover has got a little bit damp because it's started to lift, especially on this side. You can see where it's lifted. But perfectly restorable. But for some reason, people don't really collect these. Nobody likes them. They give them away for next to nothing. I think they're nice little radios, personally, but, you know. There we go. Vidor, I think, Henley. Let's get something meatier in, shall we? Let's get something a bit lumpier in. Because, you know, there's no... Oh, God. Oh, dear. Oh. Whew, flipping heck. Ugh. I'm coming. That weighs a bit. Okay. what on earth is this? It's too big in it for the camera. Hang on. Let's zoom out a bit. Okay. It's a big one. Sadly, it's got a knob issue. It's got a couple knob issues actually. So we should have knobs like this, which would just push on D-ring. Obviously this one's broken and someone's epoxied a screw in there, which is sort of works, but not brilliant. So we're missing a brass bezel and a brass finial for that one, and the brass bezel for this one. Bit of a shame. So it is an Invicta. It's got the little Invicta. It's almost like a Ferrari, little prancing horse. Can I have that grill cloth? It is a beautiful, isn't it, that grill cloth? It's got a little bit of stain in here and a little bit there, but it is a lovely, lovely grill cloth. They don't make it like that anymore, do they? It's really, really nice. Is it a PAM 710? No, it's not. No, it's not a PAM 710. Only Andrew's got one of those. £10 he paid for it with the brochure. It is. Oh my God. What is it? Model number. It's a model 39. So it's an Invicta model 39. Oh dear. Flipping it. This bench ain't made for these. So what's it got? It has got FM. Hell. We have FM. Long wave, medium wave, and FM. Ooh. And G, I think that's gram, isn't it? Long wave, medium wave, FM. So gram means that we could put a signal into it. Yeah, sadly, someone's done a number on the case, really. I don't know if you can see. Let me just get rid of my picture-in-picture a minute. You can see around here. What's happened is someone's rubbed it down, and they've actually rubbed through the veneer. So it's actually gone through the veneer. They've sanded it so much. So it needs re-veneering. The side's all right there. The top, it looks like it's had another radio stood on it. But again, I think, no, I think that again is where they've rubbed through. So let's have a look in the back then. You never know, it might have been recapped. Hello, the dogs are kicking off again. Some bloody neighbours again, I expect. Oh, it's Mummy. Hang on then. That's earlier. She was finishing till 5. In. Go on. Go on. In that way. I wonder what's going on there. Oh, it's 5:05. Oh well, I didn't think she was finishing till 5. Oh well. I'll drop down and see her in a second when she comes in. Yeah, so let's whip the back off and see what lurks beneath. I haven't washed up yet, George. No, I haven't washed the dishes yet. I'll be right in the lurch, I am. Run the hoover around. Oh. Well, we've got a full set of valves. All you valve maniacs out there, have a look in here. We've got a transformer as well, which is nice. Just going to say hello to Mrs. Cruncher a minute. Bear with me. Well, there you are, Mrs. Cruncher. I actually finished at 4:30. I didn't realise that. I thought it was 5 o'clock, but you know, there you go. So, Invicta, model 39. Anybody know the year then? And a speaker, yeah, it does make it. It's a massive speaker. Look at that beauty. That's a Goodman speaker. That is huge. That is absolutely huge. That's a proper speaker, that is, isn't it? Invicta 39 is the Pi Fenman less the tuning indicator. 1957, is it? It's a Pi chassis. You can see loads of wires. Hi Derek, how are you? Has anyone else got a blank screen? You shouldn't have, Derek. You might need to reboot. Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. This bit here. You can't quite see that, can you? That bit there. Oh, good stuff, Paul. I wonder if this has had any work done to it. I can't see, obviously, underneath the chassis, but it looks like the wiring to the bulbs may have been done, and it looks like there's a bit of lubricant on top of here. So I wonder whether this has been done or not. So that's our speaker connection. That would be external speaker there, wouldn't it, I expect? Transformer. Output transformer. EL84. I say I really don't know a lot about valve radios, people, as you well know, I'm sure. I've sort of got a rough idea, but yeah. I'm just wondering whether we just pop the chassis out and have a look underneath, because I'm wondering whether this has got new caps in it. If it's got new caps in it, I would be tempted to fire them up. Can I lay it down on the front, or is that going to damage something? I need to take the knobs off, really. See, I've got no way of seeing underneath, really. I don't want to fire it up if it hasn't had the caps done, because, well, for obvious reasons. It's got FM as well, which is very interesting. It looks like the wiring to the bulbs has been changed. It's definitely had new bulbs. Let's have a look at this chassis a minute. I would say this radio's been restored, you know. You know, the fact that someone's had a go at the woodwork, they might not have had a very nice go at the woodwork, but they have had a go at the woodwork. So I think someone's actually got this going at some stage. Right. Let's see if I can get this undone without trashing the whole bench. It's got a fairly lumpy transformer in there. Massive great screws. So I must remember the speaker connection down here. Must make sure I get that the right way around. Paul sent me an attachment. Mains power cable not original. Yeah, you're probably right, Jess. I think I need another drink. You sent me there, Paul. Is that the Invicta schematic, is it? Helmsman. Five-volt plus rectifier. No, it's 7 valves. Am I right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 5 valve plus rectifier is right. Where did I get 7 from? 3, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6. I was counting one of these as a valve. It's got one of those lovely flipping package 32 microfarad can. Thanks for that, Paul. That probably is, just, like you say, the same set, isn't it? God. Get off. There's all sorts of stuff popping up now because I've opened up Windows Explorer. Oh God, it's all happening. Okay, so that's go with the screen cap. This is Paul's just sent me this through now. So this is the chassis. I'm just looking at that. Is absolutely identical. Pardon me. Yeah, that's identical. Bang on, Paul. Thank you. Pardon me. I'm liking the look of this, to be fair. It doesn't look very nice from the outside, although the speaker cloth's really good. But unless we can do something with this shocking case, it's another job for Chris, that is. The sides look okay, but someone's varnished it. So what they've done is they've sanded it and varnished it. But yeah, it looks like we've got exactly the same as this Pi Fenman 1 and Fenman RG. RG's radiogram. Well, it's not a radiogram. So it's a Pi Fenman 1 then, really. For you that like to see the circuits, there we are. Let's just zoom out a fraction. It's one half of the circuit. Valve pinouts. I really do need to spend some time and get my head in some of the valve books I've got here, because I've got some very good books on valve radio restoration here. So here's our main supply coming in. So V6 is our rector. What is this here then? What is that? It says TI. What is TI? Oh, that's a tuning indicator, isn't it? That's a magic eye. Well, we haven't got that in this radio. That, okay. So yeah, like Paul said, it's wonder what TI meant then. Tuning indicator. Not Terminator or something like that. What are you good? Shut up, Graham. You've said enough. Well, so that's the underside of the radio. So, thanks for sending that through, Paul. Very useful stuff. Right, so shall we have a look at the underside of this? I just wanted to quickly take a picture. I can't remember what that was just hanging loose. I take it that plugs in somewhere. These old split pin connectors as well. They're like the old-fashioned banana plug connectors, aren't they? I've seen them used for making up adapters to stick your phone into these. I've got a funny feeling that this hasn't been recapped, but you never know. It'd be nice if it has. Right, let's just pop that out. And that we should. Oh, hang on, I've got to take the knobs off the front. Got to de-knob it. De-knob it. Well, that one obviously comes off. Yeah. It's a real shame that the it's not very well lined up in the dial glass either, look. It's virtually touching the glass there. So it's either like this glass has got to go that way, or the chassis, more than likely the chassis's got to come this way. Yeah, that's it, the chassis not lined up properly. That's a tuning dial. And this is the band selector. So I've got knob issues. They're not very healthy, these. We've got 2 damaged ones and 2 are missing decorative bits on them. Oh. Flipping heck. I got more than one Volve radios to get. We're not going to get through all these today, to be fair. I'm just going to have to do another live stream. That's not great, so that hopefully should come out. Okay, is she or isn't she? Oh dear, it's all original. Looks like the only thing that's happened is the mains cord. Just get that case a little bit further back out of the way. Bring this back a bit. Can have a look at it in its entirety. So let me get the camera in a bit closer, then we'll start at the top and work our way down. So what have we got? This is going to be the FM section here. What have we got in there? Anything nasty? Just wondering if that's a new capacitor there. No, it's not. I thought that was a new cap there, but it's not. It's just a bit of yellow sheathing. Little hunts. Yeah. And none of those little. Oh, yeah, there is. There's a brown one there. Look, that's a Hunts. You can't quite see that. There's a little brown Hunts there. Look. Oh dear. Oh, this is going to be a lot of work. There's some waxies in here. Let's go down a little bit. There's waxies in here. There's one there, one there. We have another sip of beer. Brown Hunts there. Strange, there's only just one. Loads of little tiny coils for the FM. So that's the so we've got more FM coils here, possibly FM, I'm not sure. Two padder caps. Nice weighted tuning dial. Let's go down a bit further. Old electrolytic, 25 microfarads. Then we've got a sort of shielding plate, whether that's separating up the FM side, I don't know. I've never done an FM Volve radio yet. So let's go down a bit further. More loveliness coming in. Looks like a hacker. It doesn't. The hacker Volve radios are laid out amazingly, as you well know, Paul, because you got one that George did for you. So the hacker Mayflowers are laid out lovely. I mean, we've got sort of tag strips here. We've got something been done here. So someone has been in here. Be careful, because someone may have powered this up recently. If they have, they've probably knackered it. So we've got a doublier, doublier, electrolytic with a nice waxy in parallel with it. There's more waxies in underneath. Waxy, 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 waxy. All electrolytics. A very loose electrolytic, loose electric there. What's going on with that then? There's a hole in the thing there that looks like it should have something in it, and this is very close, but it's not supported, which is unusual. Oh, yeah, you are down here. Yeah, that's very loosey. Someone's definitely been in there. Probably a rat. Don't say that. I don't think a rat could get in here. Mice might. Usually you see teeth marks on this stuff when rats and that have been in here. But yeah, that says 325 volt surge, that. And it's just hanging in free air. 12 volt. So yeah, there's some heat shrink been put in there, and someone's put a new cap here. That I don't know which valve that goes on to. It goes on to this one, so whether that is the grid coupling cap, they haven't done a very good job of it. It's just wrapped it around, and there's a bit of heat shrink around here that looks new, and here. And obviously we've got our new mains cable down the bottom. Let's go down the bottom now. This is our mains transformer, and we got a nice burn in the mains cable there. It's quite difficult to burn this modern mains cable, so they've done a good job to do that. So yeah, this is a no-go. We can't fire this up today. It just needs too much remedial work first. And the big can is underneath here with the caps in it. So 232 microfarads at 300 odd volts, and then we've got this other high voltage one in here that doesn't look right. Let me just have a quick look at the you can see the one I'm talking about, this one up here. We'll just go up a little bit higher. You can't really see, the light's not very good there, but sorry for getting seasick. But you can see there's a big hole here in the chassis. See my screwdriver coming through it? So it's almost like that. It should have another capacitor upright in there. Just have a quick look at that circuit that Paul just sent me through. Where's that gone to then? Oh, there. I'm just trying to see. Let's turn it around the other way. So it's in the back. No, it's not showing anything back there, I don't think. No. It's weird, isn't it? It just looks... It looks like something was supposed to have gone in there. We just... Where are we? Where are you looking, Graham? There. It looks like some sort of cam was supposed to have gone in there. It doesn't appear on the plan that I got from Paul there. Oh well, okay, well it's worth a look. I mean, lovely old radio. Look at this. I mean, it's a whacking great speaker in it. But it needs some caps doing before we can fire it up, unfortunately. So let me get back to my cameras. Oh, I see what you're saying, Paul. Yes, I've got a Mayflower. Yes. Of course I have. Richard's radios. Ah, right, okay. That's a picture of Femin, yeah, with a magic eye. So Paul just sent me this. This is richardsradios.co.uk. Pi Fenman 1. So you can see we've got the magic eye there. And it's, obviously it's a totally different case. Is it totally different? It's not actually totally different, is it really? Oh, damn, I need to drop the radio out of the case. It's not totally, it is got differences. I mean, speaker cloth's very nice on this, although it's a little bit dodgy in places, but it might have been changed. That's the thing, you don't know what people have done to it, do you? So this is timber on this Invicta. Obviously, instead of the pie, we've got the like prancing horse. Back panel is identical. You can actually see, you can see where they've painted out the pie on this one. I'll show you that in a minute. So if you look here where it says pie, you'll see on the Invicta where they've painted that out, which is bizarre. So we've got a pickup here. Yeah, this is identical, even down to this little clip. So there's a chassis, top of the chassis, bottom of the chassis. Yes, he's basically replaced all the waxies, hasn't he? Some zoom in a little bit closer. I'm just trying to see if we've got that hole in this one. Oh, he's replaced, that's a resistor, I think, isn't it? I'm surprised he's left these in, though. That's a brown Hunts there, by the looks of it. He hasn't replaced the brown Hunts that's up in here somewhere. Looks quite smart. Is that the before and after pictures, is it? Looks smart, doesn't it? Yeah, sadly mine's not going to look like that because someone's butchered the finish on it. But so yeah, can you see the little dot on mine? So that would have said pi originally. Someone's just coloured it out with a silver pen by the looks of it. I can just about, if I hold it in the right light, I can sort of make out some lines on it. It's difficult to see in this light, but yeah, exactly the same back grille. Exactly the same. The chassis was punched for a can cap and later not used. Right on, Doug. Thank you. Badge engineering. Is the ewer fixed? What ewer? What are you on about, RV? Right. See if I can get some of these, a couple of these screws back in. So Victor really was just a rip-off then of, was it? I don't know. Did they make them under license? Did they rebadge them? What's the story behind that? There's got to be a story behind that somewhere. How are we doing on time? 5:30. Lots to get through yet, people. Loads and loads to get through. It's a massive screw situation. Surely can't be the original screws, can they? They're about 2 inches long. Then they need to be like half an inch, if that. Pi owned Invicta. That set was made at Pi. Oh, Benji's Ewer. How is President Trump? I don't know. I did hear on the news earlier that he was showing signs of improvement, but I don't know. You never know, do you? This is the thing with a lot of this political stuff. You never know what the hell is going on. I'm sure there's lots of conspiracy theories going around. Okay, well, I've got the screws the wrong way around there, am I? Let's just pop one of the long ones in. The long ones should go in the front, I think, and the shorter ones go in the back, but someone's reversed it. Do I want to start restoring valve radios or not? I need to learn about how they work first before I start messing about restoring them, I think. I suppose they sort of work the same as a transistor radio, but the transistors are valves. Yeah, that's what's happened. Someone's put the wrong screws in. Some text to read out on my Facebook. Have I got to read a statement out, Paul, have I? Cheers, Benji. Catch you later, mate. Easier to post transistor radios. Yeah, you're dead right there, Brett. So this is what Paul has just put for me. I'll post it in the chat anyway. Hey? I doesn't like that. It doesn't like it. It only allows 200 words, and that's 400 apparently. So Paul has just put a note here saying the managing director of Invicta Radio, known as Miss Shaw, was actually Pearl Stanley, the sister of C.O. Stanley, who owned Pi Radio. Peter, you can't say the SH1T word in here. It gets picked up by YouTube, Peter, and we delete it. So you need to just rephrase it if you can. You know what I mean. Suppose of the CEO Stanley who owned Pi Radio. The exact relationship between the two companies is not exactly clear, but most, if not all, of Invicta's sets were made in the Pi works. There are several other instances of Pi and Invicta sets that were identical, except for the label and small details of styling, such as knobs. Right, thanks, Paul. Cheers, mate. You're a mine of information. Our Paul certainly knows his stuff. Can I post that in? Oh, you've just done it there, Paul. Thanks, mate. Right, where's my beer? Right, that's that back together. Let's just pop this back on, and we can put that one back out on the landing. That one's destined for the loft for the time being, because that won't get done in a hurry, unfortunately. I've got a funny feeling that will work, though. There doesn't seem to be anything holding the bottom piece in. There doesn't seem to be anything holding the bottom in at all. So the bottom is just flapping in the wind. There's no... There literally is nothing to hold it in, which is a bit strange. So there you are. That's a look at the Invicta, which is actually a Pi Fenman 1. So Sean was after a Pi set, weren't you, Sean? In fact, Sean could probably make a good job of the timber on that. He likes a bit of wood, our Sean. It doesn't. There's literally is nothing to hold that bottom panel in, which is a bit strange. I don't know what's going on there, but it doesn't sit in a groove or anything. It looks like it's. Does it jam in there, perhaps? Ooh, jam in there, but. Right, let's pop its knobs back on, and then we can take it out and we'll get another one. We'll get another one in. That's moved again, look. Oh. So how would you go about cleaning the speaker cloth on one of these then, Andrew? It clearly does need cleaning. It's got a couple stains on it. I'm sure as Manuel uses some shaving foam, I think. Wet wipes. Right, we've got another one of the brights that's just plopped off, look. What can we fix that on quickly with? Put a little dab of just some clear adhesive on that. Right, let's take that one out. Let's get another one. If you want to see another one. Yeah, the cloth doesn't look perished, Doug. The problem is this this stitching in between the sort of diamond shaped pieces is very, very fine. And I notice where it's got a stain here, it's started to break up a bit. I think someone's had a go at cleaning that and they've overdone it. And there's a little bit of a pinky colour here, which I'm not sure what it is. Right, let's get rid of that one a minute. Oh dear. Okay, let's pick a next monster radio up. Seem to get some big radios in this lot. Oh. Well, this one's smaller actually. This one is a bit smaller and not as lumpy. It's another Woody. Woody! You can tell it's getting darker here, can't you? Now this is a nice looking radio. It needs some work again. Dear. It does sort of look a bit Murphy-ish, I must admit, Brett. Yeah, you could. It's got the thinnest power cord I've ever seen. This is like very cheap speaker wire. It's miniature, but it's got a 240-volt plug on the end of it. We've got a little bit of discolouring on the speaker there, the cloth, but again, it's a very nice pattern on the speaker cloth. Got a little bit of veneer missing there, which is a shame. Again, a lot of this is recent damage as well. It's just people mishandling it, which is a flipping shame, really. So this is a Cosser, and this has got long wave, medium wave, and short wave on it. The red writing looks as if it's on its last leg, so that's going to be really mega fragile. It needs a wipe over again. It's pretty horrible, but it's a Cosser. So that's going to be on-off volume. This is probably tone. Well, that's waveband, and this is tuning. It's got quite a nice veneer on top as well. But and again, unfortunately, there's a whacking great lump out of it there in the corner. Real radios glow in the dark. You're not going to get a Christmas card from Trump this year now. Okay, so you can see from the back here. Excuse me. I get all this dust in my throat. It's a Cosser Melody Maker 520. And it's a sort of size that you could probably get away with it on a sideboard or something like that. So we got our very tiny mains cable. What's this? Internal frame aerial. Well, it looks like we've lost one of the little pegs there, which is a shame, because these little things are really good, aren't they? So we've lost that. I assume that that's what that's for anyway. Saba, no, thank God. It's not a Saba. It is a... It ain't a Saba. So I'm gonna have to get doom in me. It's all doom and gloom. All these Volve radios. Flipping Volvers, Wonder Plugs, 3 RM50s glued together. Right, okay, let's pop her back off and we'll have a look, shall we? Just going to pour a bit of doom in me glass. I'm on the weaker stuff now. Still got a lot of radios to look at, people. 6 o'clock. Can't beat a drop of doom bar. Cheers. It looks like an obligatory bit of cardboard or something attached there. Bottom end coupled Bottom end coupled crosser. Pardon? Rolling, rolling, rolling. Doom. It's doom. Let's see what lurks within here then. So we've got a little frame aerial that goes around the outside there. Apart from our little wonder plug, as it's called. That's nice, actually. Oh, okay. That one's coming off now as well. I don't really want to lose that. It's a shame I've lost the other one. We've got a couple spares here, though. Well, this looks, oh, look at the coil on that. Can you see the coil inside there? Brett, cheers, mate. Look at the coil in there. What is that? Is that an antenna coil? I don't know. Is that just an inductor? So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 valves again. And we've got our mains transformer over here with, that is bizarre. It looks like, let me get you down. You gotta go, you gotta see this. It's got press studs for the transformer connections. Can you believe that? So I take it you just pop that off there. Can't see what that says. I take it it's marked on here somewhere what the things are for, but so you just unclip that. I'm not going to do it, and just clip it on these for the different tap-ins. Whoa! Cheers, Brett. Good man. You off, Brett? Are you? Catch you soon, mate. Yeah, I've never seen that before. And what do you call these things? They're like battery terminals, aren't they? They're like the PP9 terminals. Bizarre. So let's have a look. We've got some voltage. Oh. Crosser at the forefront of electronics except for post-war radios. Okay. So that, not this one then, Andrew. And what's the year of this then? Crosser Melody Maker 520. Got to be post-war then, hasn't it? It's got 2 Crosser valves there. 66 DDT. I thought DDT was a pesticide. That's an original Crosser valve as well. It's got these, in fact, it's all the original valves, I think. Yeah, it's got all original valves in it. So they're all original Crosser valves. Get the camera in that way a bit. Rim lock, yeah, they're horrible. I don't like those. Evening, Stephen, how are you? Yeah, these have obviously got that little knob of glass on them that pops in on this. I think Andrew said to remove these bits of spring, didn't you? Yeah. So again, I think this is going to be a non-starter as far as powering it up's concerned. I can sort of see in underneath. In fact, let's pop him on his side. We've got an access door that's got 2 screws missing from it already, and with the chassis hanging on by a thread by the looks of it. Screws are undone on the chassis. That ain't good. So it looks like someone's had the chassis out of this. There's only 3 out of the 4 screws left. So let's just whip this cardboard base off and have a look inside. So I think this is going to be a non-starter as well, unless it's been refurbed already, which, looking at the last one, is unlikely. I think someone just got in that last one just to keep it going. And this does look like cardboard, not asbestos, which seems a bit strange. You think really it was asbestos. Well, I hope it's not asbestos anyway. Derek, thank you, mate. Right, okay. She's all original again. It's one of those things. I mean, this doesn't look like it's been touched at all, actually. It really doesn't look like it's been touched at all. This is a nice little candidate for a restoration, actually, this one. Apologies if the light's in the way, but let me see if I can get you in the holes. We can get you in there to have a look. Don't get the light in there as well. Thank you, Derek. You're tuning in from Dublin, Stephen. Good to have you on board, mate. Welcome. We're just having a look at my massive haul of radios that I've got in recently. I mean, to be fair, that looks a lot less busy than that last radio. This is more within my capabilities. Nice big speaker in it. I bet this is going to sound amazing. So it looks like we've got these paper caps in here by the looks of it. We've got an electrolytic over here. Is there a big electrolytic can somewhere down the bottom here? There's only one cap in that one though. Unusual. Well, there's 2 caps in those. We've only got 1 in this one. Obviously we've got a mains transformer. I would have thought there would have been some caps quite close to that. Sorry, excuse me if my head's in the way, but I'm having a look at this as well. And the bottom section, more of these. They're not really that waxy though, so they've got a very light coating of wax on them, I think. But yeah, that's actually not heavily populated. There's only a single cap in that big can, so we can restuff that one, I think. Be nice to keep that. Yeah. That one's well worth restoring, I think. It's going to be a damn sight easier than that last one we looked at. But again, it's had nothing done to it, so not something really that we can work on today. Let's look at the dial face. You can't really see that very well, can you? It's getting dark, isn't it? I'm going to have to go loo again. Excuse me. Another comfort break, but I'll leave you with that dial face for a second. Right, let's get this one quickly popped back together, and we'll have a look at. There's another 2 radios I got in this stash. This is all in one one collection. Never trust a waxy, even if they smile nice. They are in quite good condition for waxies, I must say. That is quite a nice looking radio, isn't it? I like the look of that. It's a real shame that we've got some of this veneer missing off top, because I reckon that could have been restored. But yeah, it's probably going to need re-veneering. What do they call this veneer then, where they match at either side? Is it book matched or something? I can't remember what they call it now. I think it's book matched, isn't it? So I'm back. Right, yeah, that's a nice radio. All the knobs are there. They're all good. They're all good condition. We've just got some issues. I think it's almost like walnut finish, isn't it? It's a shame that I can't fire these up, but I know the likelihood is that if I did try firing them up, I would damage them, so I'm not going to risk that. So let's pop that on its end again. And reconnect this. I don't know what this material is. I suppose it could be asbestos, but I think it's just treated cardboard. That's what it looks like. Have we all gone to sleep? Is there anybody out there? You've all gone quiet. Shh. Sound like Bjork then, didn't I? Shh. It's oh so quiet. Oh dear. Am I offline? Stream's finished. Hang on, no, everybody, they're starting to come to life again. You were sleeping, were you, Theo? Sorry about that. I didn't mean to disturb you, honest. Just had a double whiskey. Oh, very nice, Stephen. I'm absolutely out of spirits at the moment. I think I've got a little tiny bit of rum left, but I should certainly be treating myself to a whiskey for Christmas. I've got to see if I can get a load of Christmas beers again this year. I quite enjoyed that last year. Well, I would do, wouldn't I? But I just hope to God that I'm not ill this Christmas, because I was really bad last Christmas, as probably a lot of you knew. It wasn't till probably, well, till they put me on antibiotics, which cleared me up in about a week. I wish I'd done that to start with, and then I wouldn't have been bad all over Christmas. Well, to be fair, I wasn't. I got better probably a week or two before Christmas, but the beginning of December, I was pretty rough, I can say. I was very rough, actually. How the hell I kept doing the live streams, I do not know, because I really wasn't very well. But you know, I like to keep you guys entertained. I enjoy doing the live streams. Certainly got a lot of material building up to repair or restore over Christmas. Right, let me get rid of this one, and I'll get the next one. Now the next radio is really why I a millboard. The bottom and back panel are millboard. There was a place in Stroud called Olympic Varnish that supplied the radio and car industry. Yeah, interesting. You enjoyed sitting back as I meandered through the radio, Theo. We've got another meandering to do. We've got another Volve radio coming up. I'm glutton for punishment. I don't do Volve radios, do I, really? I don't do Volve radios. I seem to be doing them for some reason. Ugh. Right. Now this is the radio really that inspired me to buy this lot to start with, and I think I probably paid a bit too much for it, for the haul really, but that is the radio that I really wanted out of all of them. I fancied the Helmsman. Captain's Keg. Never heard of that one, Mike. Old Sailor I've heard of, and Lamb's Navy. I do like the spiced rums though, Mike. Now this is a beauty. This is really what I wanted, and the reason I wanted was I saw it in, if you remember when I restored the Bradio for VE Day last year. Well, when I was looking through Radio, this one was around about the same time as the Bradio. Where am I going here? Going that way, really. This one was around about the same time, and I thought, well, I'd love to get one of those, and I'd actually been watching them on eBay, and they were going for too much money, really. To be fair, that they were going for too much money. So I sort of kept an eye out and thought, yeah, I'll have to get one at some stage. And this job lot came up with all these radios, and this one was in it. So I thought, I'm going to have a go at that. God, it's so crusty. Oh. So, yeah, I got these radios, and it's Perspex. The whole thing is covered in Perspex. I don't know if you can see down here, but it's not looking that great. It is ever ready. It's a shredder. Someone said it's one of those things that you put your card in to punch yourself in at the factory. It's a unique shape. I mean, it's and these ends are like, what do you call it? A crackle finish? I'll go in a bit closer so you can see it's I thought this is just age. I thought it was just age, but I've got another one of these, which I'll show you in a bit, and it's exactly the same. It's got this like crackle finish on it. I mean, I'm sure it's not supposed to be yellow. I'm sure it's supposed to be like more of a creamy colour than that. But I mean, this is the money shot for Sean here coming up, because he loves a nice dial face. How about that? Ho, 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 ho. What a beauty. So it is an ever ready. It's an ever ready type C. Or C, is it CE? CA? I'm not sure. But there's not really any markings on it to tell you which one it is. So it's got a gold surround, and this is, as I say, this is smooth Perspex, so that's painted on the back of the Perspex. And if I go down a bit further, you will notice where the paint has come away from the back. You see that? So really, this needs to come off and be painted. But how the hell am I going to do that? Because it looks like this grill cloth's been put on while the paint was wet, and it's stuck to the grill cloth. In fact, it is stuck to the grill cloth there still. I don't want to push it because it's going to pull the paint off. So I've either got to reattach it, but the grill cloth is like almost like basket weave. You like that, Andy? It is a beauty, isn't it? I really like this radio, and I've got two of them now, but there's an issue with one of them. Let's get back up a bit. Right, there we go. So the back of the radio. You can now see Ever Ready on it for charity. Thank you, Mike. You can now see Ever Ready written on it. Zoom in a little bit. And it hasn't got a model number on it at all. And I think these are 1940s. So it's a 1940s radio. It's just after the war. I think this is one of the newer versions. And this has got, it's a battery radio. As I'm sure the Ever Ready name has given it away. Sadly, this back panel's a bit damaged as well. But it's still restorable. And we've got that sort of basket weave cloth inside there, look. It's almost like made with Hessian, it seems. It's yeah, interesting. And there's the inside of it. So we've got a serial number there. And this one is 60401. Output transformer. And it is a battery set. And it's only a battery set. It doesn't have a mains lead at all. It's purely battery operated. So we've got HT and LT all on one battery, and it was a massive great battery that would have sat in this compartment here. I'd love to recreate one of those actually. I expect our Bill, our battery maker, knows what goes in there, and it's got something. So looking up inside, again, we've got all the original waxies and electrolytics. If I go up a bit higher, you might be able to just see that. Lurking in underneath there, look. So there's an electrolytic up there and a waxy. So again, this radio hasn't been touched. And it's got the small battery valves. Can I pull one? Let's just pull this one and have a quick look. Trying to get my fingers on the markings. It's a DF91, so it's using the same same valves as like the old how's that? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's using the same battery portable valves as the Vidor, probably. It's a big old speaker. And there is an issue. I've got to say, I've got another one of these, which I'll show you in a minute. So the thing to note is the valves, okay? So they're the small battery valves that you see in a lot of the battery portables. Got the old crackled finish on the sides. I really don't know whether that's original or whether it's just due to age. It is a classic radio, isn't it? And the actual aerial, it's a frame aerial. It's on this piece of wood here. And I mean, I'm not sure how this comes out. I don't know how the chassis comes out of one of these. Doesn't look to be, it looks like it's just 4 screws. Yeah, it looks like it's 4 screws. And the chassis will come out. I've got to pull the knobs though. So we might pull the chassis of this one actually because of the fact I want to have a look at it. Hi Pat, a lot more interesting than the usual American stuff in Canada. Signature on back, QC signature. Yeah, there is a signature down on the panel there. Inside. And there's just an X on each side, so someone's just put an X on there to say that's fine. That looks like MB or something like that down the bottom there. I mean, it looks to me that it's just 4 screws that hold the chassis in. And the whole thing will lift out. I need to take the... So we've also got a bit of damage just down... You can't really see it. Okay. Oh, there. The camera's blowing it out for some reason. It doesn't like the bright lights. Let's take the light away a little bit. There you go. So you can see there's a split in the perspex there. And the other issue was with the back panel. there's a piece broken out there, and I'm sure you can see that that is had a bit of heat on that, and it's gone a bit banana shaped. But this has got the Ever Ready logo on, so there's no way you can really repaint that or have a new piece made. I'm sure there's laser cutters and that can be used to recreate that quite easily, probably, but you won't recreate the writing unless you've got a sign writer that can do it. Okay, so let me just get rid of my picture-in-picture a minute. So let's see if we can get these knobs off. They may not come off. I mean, they've been on there for donkey's years, haven't they? That one did. That one ain't coming anytime soon. Oh, come on. I don't think that one's going to come off. That one is. Could be an Ever Ready Sky model, but model number not sure of. It's the model. It's a Sky. It's the Ever Ready Type C, I believe. And I think it was Andrew got me the original maker's leaflet for it. Paul's just found me the Cosser PDF. Thank you, Paul. Let me see if I can find that file. Because they made two versions of this radio, and I've got both of the versions here. Now that's capture. I want documents. Documents. Pictures. Maybe it's not on this one then. I thought it was on this computer. The problem is this computer, it's just, I don't like Windows, I've decided. Yeah, I've decided I don't like Windows very much. Why have we got so many downloads folders? Documents. There's another documents there for some reason, which is exactly the same. It appears in two places on the same flipping drive. OneDrive, radio info. You think that would be in that? It's not in there. It'd be too obvious, wouldn't it? Okay, it's an Ever Ready Type C, not C, CE I think it is. It's an Ever Ready Type CE. Well, I've got an issue with this knob not wanting to come off. Always one, isn't there? That's not coming off. Oh, what a pig. going to have to put a new grub screw in it anyway, because this one's mullered. No. Let's give a little squirt of the old WD in it. Get off! No! 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 Don't you go in that speaker. Nasty WD. Well, we'll let that soak in for a minute. CA model. It's been mullered. So I'm going to let that soak in for a bit. It might free up if I'm lucky. Yeah, I didn't want to get that down onto that nice speaker grill material. I wonder whether this has been repainted, you know, and someone stuck the grill cloth back in a bit sharpish and it's stuck to it. Shame. Yeah, there's hardly any head left on that screw. It's gonna have to be drilled out, that one, unfortunately. We'll leave it there for a minute, see if the OWD will work its magic, but I'm doubtful, to be honest. Let me go and get the other one then. Let me get the other one. So again, this actually that first lot was on Facebook Market page, not the Vintage Radio Forum like I thought it was. That was on Facebook Marketplace, the first lot of radios, which included this one. And about 3 or 4 days after, and bear in mind I've been trying to buy one of these for a while. So 3 or 4 days later, another advert comes on for another one, and again in Devon. So I went and picked it up. You know, why have one when you can have two, you know? So this one is in better condition. Evening, Darren. How you doing, mate? How you doing? I'm on a beer. Cheers. So why have one when you can have two? Now this one looked in very good condition on the pictures, and it was in good condition. But we've still got the same issue with the breakout on the front. But the case was really, really nice. So none of the breakout. There's one of these thumb screws missing, which is a bit of a shame. But overall, pretty good nick. You can see it's not got the yellow in like the other one has on the side, so obviously this one's going to need to be cleaned somehow and refinished. But say, there's a couple surprises in this one. So if I take the back panel off, again, this is from 1940s, don't forget. We've got a completely different chassis inside. Well, it's the same, but it's using the octal valves. So this is one of the really early sets. It's a totally different layout to the other one, but there's something big missing in there. Can you see? Can you see what's missing? It's in really, really good condition, this radio. Far better condition than the other one. Can anybody spot what's missing? Any ideas? It's in really good condition. I say it's using totally different valves. Now, I always thought these were mains valves, these. But it is still a battery radio. It's still got the battery connector. Yes, Andy, it's the speaker. Sadly, this one hasn't got a speaker. And as far as I can see, it's a 3 ohm speaker. And it's about the same size as the DAC 90A, which is also 3 ohm. But what I don't really want to rob Peter to pay Paul, so to speak. I was hoping to have 2 sets, keep the best of them, and sell the other one on. But at the moment, I'm stumped because I've only got 1 speaker. Of course, the other issue could be that this has got a dodgy output transformer. Because I mean, literally the wires have been cut off. But it's interesting. This is a piece of timber. This is a bit of wood that they've used to mount the transformer contacts on. It's a bit of wood. What's going on there? But these red valves, the coated ones, are in really good nick. What make are they? Are they Mullard? Ever Ready. DF33, and I can't see what the other one is. I was hoping to get the chassis out the other one so I could measure the speaker. And then if somebody had a spare speaker, then I would have had it off of them. But I have got a DAC 90A speaker because Sean very kindly sent me a replacement, because this one, this is a DAC 90 speaker, 90A, and that does look like it'll fit. It does look like the right size, but this one's had it. It's, I don't know if you can hear that. It's crispy. The spider's lifted. It's had it. This one. It might be. Well, it will be able to be recovered, I'm sure. But well, I say that I'm not 100% sure. The bellows has come unstuck. It's obviously got corrosion in the magnet. So yeah. Post-war shortage of materials. Yeah, speaker does. Tis the speaker. So I wonder whether we're going to be able to get this other one out. I'd like to try and get the chassis out so we can measure that speaker, really. See if my DAC 90A speaker will fit in there. Are you going to undo a screw or not? You're not, are you? No. I don't want to break the knob. I'm trying to get a thing off. That screw's had it. It's just rusted into it, really. Oh well. I'm going to have to get the drill on that and drill that one out, I think. No. What a pain. It may free up, you never know, but unlikely. So there you are, that's the Ever Ready. This is the original Type C. I think the other one is CA or CE. Sounds like Mrs. Cruncher's lighting. Oh, Christ, steady. Lighting the fire. Because it is pretty cold here at the moment. I say I am a screw loose as well. No comments, please. I am a screw loose. Okay, let's get that one out of the way. As I say, I'll have to measure that speaker. I'll bring something back in with me, which is the next thing from this lot. Oh. Right. Just put the back on that one. So hopefully I'll be able to get the knob off of this. It's going to need another grub screw, unfortunately, but I'm sure there's grub screws available. Just pop that back on. I'll say the WD-40 may work its magic overnight, you never know. Sometimes they do free up after having a bit of a soak. Right, next then, and we're near the halfway mark now. I can't. We ain't going to get through this today. I got CB radios and all sorts to come yet. Now this will please Harvey and Benji, but I think Benji's gone. Speaker was sold as an extra. Both sets are restorable. That's the trouble, Mike, isn't it? You know, what do? You don't really want to ruin a set. So what have we got here then, do you think? You've got all night, have you? That's good. I'm glad you got all night, Theo. Just wake me up in the morning, all right? How did you get that? How did you get that, Rob? You're dead right. Fidelity Playmaster. And it actually came with the, again, this is all in that same Facebook job lot. I think it was Facebook, I can't remember now. So, operating instructions. We may need those. Fidelity Radio London. For the technically minded. EMI tape for parties. Look at that, they got a masquerade mask there. Like, what sort of parties were they up to then? Oh, yeah. EMI tape care. 2 and 4 track recording with EMI. It's a bit of an EMI thing going on here. Add in sound to slides with EMI tape. EMI tape on your Fidelity tape recorder. So obviously they were in cahoots with Fidelity, weren't they? EMI tape accessories, jointing block for home movies. EMI tape in free library case, and we've got the guarantee card, look. No dealer stamp on it, that was a shame. So there you go, bit of what would you call that? Not provenance, but a bit of additional literature. So there we are. Just get rid of me a minute. Fidelity Playmaster. What the hell is this thing? It's is it a Valve? Is it a Valve one? It's a bit bulky, isn't it, for transistor one? But is it transistor or is it Valve? I don't know. I mean, look, we've even got the I take it this is a microphone. Look at that. A little baby, a baby microphone. That's Valve, is it? Is it another Valve thing? How the hell does this come apart then? I take it this is like a Magic Eye tube here, is it? Indicator, it looks like it. God, that's stiff. The decks are moving. And we've actually got a tape in here. I mean, I'm not sure whether there should be something in here. It says track, and all there is a big hole. I'm assuming this whole deck will lift off. I know you've got to be careful with some of these. If you undo the screws, everything can all like fall apart inside. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to do with this one. Lump hammer works well. Gary, no! Very easy deck to service. How do we service it then? Do we need to pull it off the... So let's just put those tapes to one side for a second. It was quite nice to have the tapes with it because something's recorded on there and I'd love to hear what's on those tapes. You might have to get another tape deck up to listen to that. Do I just undo the screws and lift the top off then, Rob? It's in fast forward. It's in fast forward, Gary, is it? Let's just zoom out a little bit and come down. Right, well, it looks like these are... Let's whip the top off and have a look. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screws. Let's get them out. Let's get inside him. I mean, whether we can see the belts from the top here, I'm not sure. You and your mallet. And George must have gone back for another kit. Oof. There's something nasty going on inside here somewhere. There's a bit of verdigris. There's something nasty hanging off of here. I think we might have a belt issue with this one. Oh dear. Yeah, there could be an issue with the belt. What do you think? If I just put a bit of super glue on there, will that be okay? Ah dear. So it needs a new belt, doesn't it? To be honest, the rubber wheels look okay. So has it got some sort of brake on there? What's going on there then? There we are. They're not too bad. So we are short of a belt. Got a screw hanging out there. So again, it looks like someone's been inside this one as well. Yeah, there's lots of screws that look like they've been undone previously. Salvage the transformers and valves and bin the rest. George, you're a beast. But no, I hear what you're saying. It probably ain't the best reel-to-reel player on the planet. Just going to whip the bottom cover off and have a look at the underside of it. See if there's any other. I think we've got to take the handle off somehow. I don't know how they come off. There's definitely screws underneath them. Gotta go. Oh, Mike, all right, mate. Cheers, Mike. So I'm a bit cheers, mate. Thanks again, Mike, today. Used to use Mullard valves. What? Looks like that should all sort of come out now, but it's held in by the handle by the looks of it. The handle is screwed through these and that's stopping the chassis. So how do we get the handle off? Are they just push out or prise up? Let's have a look. Let's do a bit of prising. No, I think they probably, well, they used to push off, I expect, but they've rusted themselves in, I believe. So basically, you've got to get those handle ends. These handle ends have got to come off, and there's a screw that goes through a metal bracket which is holding the tape deck in. So we've got a speaker either end. So stereo, is it? I wonder if we can just give this a little help. Oh, it's moving. Or does it go? It can't go that way. How does that come off then? Anybody got any ideas? Am I doing that wrong? God, so crusty this is. It definitely looks like that slides down that way. Okay, that's, again, I'm not going to be able to get that out. I don't think it's corroded in. So we'll give it a bit of a WD. It's clearly, we're not going to be able to play it because it's got no belt. I was just curious to see what was on the tape, really, more than anything. I suppose we could get the ewer, but I don't know if the ewer plays that size tapes. It needs a man cave mallet in, does it? Only Sean's permitted. More WD-40. Yeah. I'm pretty sure they come off like that, Theo. It sort of started to move, didn't it? But prise it off. No, Sean. I'm not going to butcher it. Not know how. Not know how, no way. Yeah, I think they just slide on and clip in, I think. Gouge it off. You're a beast. Sean, you're a beast. You are a beast. He's Mick the Marmalizer. Oh well. As I say, we can't do a lot with that because it ain't got no belt. But I think I will get about. I will get about, probably by plugging it into the mains and touching it, more likely. That's more likely the type of belt that I'll get. So it's a round section belt, and I assume it's got to be the same. It's got to be right, otherwise it won't play the correct speed and all the rest of the palaver that you get with these decks. Okay, and I did once upon a time have a Phillips screwdriver, and it's decided to go down there. Right. So I hope you agree I've got some quite interesting stuff to have a play with over coming weeks. Anyone know the critical temperature of reel-to-reels? Why are you thinking of testing them to destruction, Andrew, are you? Gouge it off. Sean, you're a beast. Let's pop me knobs on. What I might do is, because I've got the reel-to-reel that Gary very kindly let me have set up downstairs, so later on this evening I may play that tape. I'll have to record it and somehow put it up. It is a Fidelity Playmaster, Theo. What's a great book and a great movie? Have I missed something again? What is going on? What's a great movie, Nick? The Great Radio Malleting. An elastic band will work. So I think personally that's worth saving from the landfill, don't you? It's actually not in bad condition. It's got a magic eye tube, which is always a good thing. I like a nice magic eye tube. I don't really know how it's supposed to. We've got something broken off the back there, I think. Yeah, the hinges are gone off the back. Okay, let's put that one to bed then, so we have a belt-free situation. So there was a model number on the back. It's a model TR5. I think actually that side is. It won't come off again now. Get off. Get off, you monkey. Get off. How? Don't want it's bloody broken. You don't want to come off once it goes on. Yeah, it looks like that end is okay. There we are. Amazing. That sealed it for another 50 years. You could be right, Sean. You could be right, mate. Could be the end of it. No, it will rear its head again at some stage, but for now, it's going back out on the landing. And I'm going to delve into stash number 2. And I think this will be the last thing we'll have a look at for today. But you might like this. This might be right up your street. Johnny, how you doing? There you go. Oof. A nice loose mains grommet. Always good for a good pull out. So what do you think this might be then? What is it? HF receiver, is it? Are the belts available? Use Mrs. Crunchy's tights. What, with them still on her, Johnny? It could do, couldn't it? Bin job, Derek. No. It only needs a belt. We can't throw it away just because it needs a belt. Surely, can we? How about this then? How about that? What do you think about that? It's a proper radio, isn't it? Let's prop it up with the old best tool in the box, the Weir bottle opener. You're in Dorset, Johnny, are you? That's very low. What's that, Andrew? I think we ought to just go live with it, Doug. We'll just go for it, I think. I don't know. I don't know, Derek. That's what we're going to find out. I've never plugged it in. This is literally how I've picked it up. It's got a hint of nicotine colour on it. Pre-selector, look. Whoa. Megahertz tune. Look at that. Woo-hoo-hoo. Right. Let's get a bit of light on the subject. Let's get slightly out of my face. Let's have a bit of a closer look at it then. Let's get rid of me for a minute. So it's a low SRX 30. Now I've done a little bit of research on this. I've managed to find a schematic for a different model because this was rebadged for someone else. So it looks like it's had a bit of a bashing against something. It's picked up a bit of paintwork by the looks of it, but all metal knobs. I think they're metal, the aluminium, spun aluminium by the looks of it. So we've got some megahertz tune, a pre-selector. So 0.5, so it starts at 500 kilohertz. So it'll do medium wave, but it won't do long wave. It goes up to 30 megs. Let's get you over the other side a little bit. So if I turn the megahertz tune, look at that. So that's really coarse tune, right up to the end stop, which is 30 megs. And this is going to be our fine tune. Pre-selector is really just to it's gone from my head. But pre-selector basically it's like an antenna tuner, I suppose. Really, it gets you, it optimizes your antenna for the band that you're on. So it's a 3-mode AM, upper sideband and lower sideband, and over here we've got a clarifier, which is quite nice. So the odds are this is going to work, and quite a good receiver by all accounts. The only thing that I can see on the reviews I've looked at is they're not overly keen on the audio output from it. So it's a pretty crappy speaker apparently. It's not a great audio, but apparently if you plug an external speaker in, that's job done. Now the case is very loose, so it looks like someone's been inside again, which is a bit annoying. Let's have a look and see what's under the hood, because we're going to plug this into the mains. So let's have a look, make sure that nothing's hanging out that's going to go bang. So it looks like there's only 4 screws, 2 in each side, but they are very loose. I mean, very loose. It's had a big old gouge down the side there as well, which isn't nice. Nothing that can't be sorted with a bit of a blow over with a bit of whatever colour it is underneath the nicotine, if it is nicotine. Ring. Yeah, it's definitely nicotine. That looks pretty nice actually. Oh, stinks. So let's just zoom out a little bit, get it all in the shot for you. So take it the power supply is possibly on a board underneath. Can't really see it here. It's had a bit of messing in its time. Let me just get the old goggles on a minute. Let's get the overhead camera in and have a quick look. Dark. Let's just make that a bit lighter. There's certainly been some work done here. So someone's got at it there. If you see the legs of that, that certainly don't look factory. Oh, it stinks. It needs a bit of an airing out, this one. So yeah, we've got some very blobby soldering on the legs of this IC for some reason down here and here. It doesn't seem right. Also a bit blobby there. So this area's been got at, and I'm assuming we've got a crystal in here. 10MBZ, so that's 10, obviously that's a... Well, I would say it's a 10 megahertz crystal. You just don't know with this, though, whether this is factory or not. I mean, I take it these were hand soldered. Because, you know, if you look at this capacitor here, I think you can see that, can you? Or am I in a bit too close? No, that's wrong camera, Graham. Let's just zoom out a little bit further. So yeah, if you see the big blobs of solder here and here, that's got a big air bubble in there. Is that factory or not? I don't know. It doesn't look it, does it? Anything else of note then that I can see here? So we've nicely shielded. Big brass shields between the separate sections. I mean, Nick is the man for this sort of stuff, really. Very few electrolytics in it. In fact, there's none in these sections at all. The RF sections. Nothing too dramatic. It's a shame. Don't think I've got proper servicing instructions for this. What's the on-off on it? So we've got smoothing cap there, mains filter cap, and we've got a transformer. All looks okay. I think this might be a later version because I know originally they had like a telescopic antenna, but this one has got the SO239 on the back, which does look sort of as if it was original. I don't know. Again, that's wired in underneath. And well, this is confusing me. So it looks like they built the this looks like the amplifier stage here. That looks like one of these sort of amplifier chips, output chip. We've got two 470 microfarad caps. But then this is the tuning cap, so it's almost like they've built it backwards. I don't know. It might be worth a quick look underneath, because something's gone on, I think. I've got a feeling that this has been got at. So we've got a screw missing from here. by all accounts, it was working, and I've got pictures of it working. So the young lady that sold it to me did actually use it and said it worked. So we're going to carry on looking at this one, but then that'll be it for now, I think, because I think we've had a pretty good innings today at 7:20. I can smell that Bernard Matthews turkey roast downstairs. Okay. Meaty. Yeah, I did hear that, Nick. Something about some fancy feedback loop or something that stopped him drifting. It's supposed to be pretty good, but rubbish audio apparently. Really good receiver, but needs an external speaker. Right. Yeah. I think possibly that was an add-on. It doesn't look quite right here. I'm looking at the coax connection. Looks like a bit of an afterthought, that. So whether that was added on, I think it probably was. They pulled it out and put an SO239 instead of the telescopic antenna. Let's just put that grommet back in while we're on the mains lead. There we go. So we've got a cable clamp on there as well, just in case the grommet does come off. Look. We've got some sort of clamp on it. So if the grommet comes out, which it definitely is going to come out, that stops it pulling all the way out. Apologies for me wearing my goggles here, but I just want to have a quick look in this just to see what's been done. You just don't know what's factory and what isn't, really. It could be either. It does look fairly straightforward. What have we got there? 100 microfarads, 25 volts. What is that on? That is the... hello. That looks like the rectifier over here. The rectum fryer. Just here. So we've got two diodes there. This must be our smoothing can. 1000 microfarads, 25 volts. Debatable whether that'll be any good now. We've got tag strip there. There's two unknown diodes. So it's a half wave bridge. It's not a full bridge rectifier on it. That's our... What is that? Is that... We've got a big smoothing can there. Just wondering if this is a 12 volt input, or is it antenna? No, that's aerial. That's wire antenna, that is. So I'm waffling on, aren't I? But you know how it is. Bit of switch action on the front. There is a bit of rough soldering in here, I must admit. It's not great. Certainly that is quite dull. It looks like it's been done as an afterthought. A bridge across there. There's definitely been something going on down here. That looks like a transistor might have been changed. A lot of flux not cleaned off the board, but I don't see anything that is going to cause us a major issue here. I think we're good to go on this. Yeah, it certainly looks very handmade. Right, let's pop the bottom back on then, and let's get some shortwave action going. So listen on the bands. Should be a bit of action now at this time of night. So we've got some screws loose in the hoose. It's marked on the board SSR1, same as Drake. Is it really? I did read that it was the same as the Drake, Doug. But the instructions I got for it, I don't know if I've got them here or not. No, they're here somewhere. It was another make again. Let's see if I've got it here somewhere, because I printed it off yesterday. Part 2. Pilot. No, that's the pilot radio. Ah, there we are. Sentry 21D is the information I got on it. And I think you're quite right that it's the same as the... I mean, this is all in German, so I assume it's a German radio. I have got a couple circuit diagrams in there. Well spotted though, Doug. The reason that one's not got a screw in it is because it's cross-threaded. So I have to drill that one out, or not drill it out, I have to tap it out for a larger screw. Right. That one's crossed as well. Great. So we've got a bit of work to do. Let's pop the outer case on and let's fire her up. I don't think there's nothing in there that's going to cause us any major problems. Ding. We'll have to see if Mr. Cody's has got anything on this. He is our manual man. I can take this silly goggles off my head now, can't I? Drake made some very good stuff. I had a Drake R8 dug. That was a cracking receiver. You know, that was one of my favourite receivers actually. I chopped it in for a JRC NRD 535, I believe, and I wish I hadn't really. Right, okay. Fire in the hole. Let's connect it with out an antenna first. So let's turn it on. Let's bring it up with the Variac. Let's make sure there's no nastiness going on. Well, I'm just at 100 volts, 160, 200. No issues. 240 volts. We have lights. And I can hear hiss. I know what they mean about the volume though. That is pretty poor. Has it got an extension speaker socket in it? It's got a phone socket. Perhaps you've got to plug a speaker into the phone's socket. There's no squelch on it. So it does sound pretty quiet. Right, let's get an antenna. Shall we use the long wire antenna? I think we'd better. Got more chance of hearing something on that. Cool, you can smell it's warming up. It's drawing 40 milliamps. It's, well, saying that it is a biggish receiver, I suppose, isn't it? It's not got a huge. So I'm going to connect up if it will stretch that far. And I'm assuming that this is aerial connections. I better check, am I really? Antenna terminal, yep. 50 to 750 ohms. Well, I've got an ATU, but I'm not going to bother with that today. I'm going to assume that the red is the antenna and black is the ground. So let's just connect that up. Well, it didn't make any more noise when I connected that up, which I'm surprised at. I thought that would have made a bit of a... So let's have a think about where we're going to find something. Usually around 11 megs on. I'll tell you what, that's a hell of a quiet noise floor on that. Should we get done for copyright on this? Probably. If they do me for copyright on this, let's just stick me on 3. Stick me over there out of the way. I'm not sure what we're up to here. So this should be medium wave down here now. That's I didn't have the RF gain up either. That pre-select is very sharp.
He's first in the Premier League for his new club, and he's often got to Liverpool. What to do there after that ball forward for Grealish?
So let's go with a megahertz slightly.
And he rifled it.
Let's have a look up in the amateur band then. Let's go for what's going to be lively now. Probably trying to think 20 meters. No. Try 80 meters. Any more skies out there? Go the wrong way, really. We want to go up in frequency. And we're into the AM band again now, by the sound of it. No, there's only Morse in that. Now let's try.
Work with vertical antenna because I have a lot of forest very nearby, and the absorption of the vertical structures of the forest that is very remote. Horizontal and the vertical subtraction, they feed in a lot of QMRI from landlines. So I have a no-go with vertical antenna. Okay. Bruce, back to you. 2 Echo 0 Fox, Whiskey Victoria, DK4EI.
So we're on 40 meters now. See what they mean about the audio.
Triple kind of crisis that's really kind of crashing down.
That's American by the sound of it.
I spoke to an old friend who happens to now be state representative Jonathan Santiago, who represents the south end of the 9th Suffolk District in Boston. He's also an ER doctor in Boston who worked closely with Black and Latinx COVID-19 patients at the outset of the pandemic. What he says goes directly to what you're speaking about. He says, the increased COVID rates among Black and Latino communities, Latinx communities, was not surprising to health professionals. It's really an exacerbation of the disparities that already exist. And he was looking at the issue of the effect of housing protection, living wage, what's happening economically and educationally, and educational equity-oriented things. We're talking about equity-oriented legislation. Talk about the issue.
Hi, Paddy, are you?
Now, of the Latinx community as workers, whether it's migrant workers, immigrant workers, undocumented workers.
ma lanciare messaggi e che il bene
einsetzen, um die Aufrüstung der traditionellen Kohleindustrie zu fördern.
China radio.
Yes, in terms of the culture, again, where I come from, but personally, I think that it is one of the best things that has ever happened to me in terms of, relationships and the dating life. So I got married when I was like 20. I don't know anything. And now I feel, as a
So we're on 20 meters.
American Big on Mike, 557, 57 in northern Italy.
Italians.
Thank you, for a 557.
I'll tell you what.
Whiskey 1, Hotel Florida November, 5 and 5, 55 in northern Italy, over. Yes, what's your name? Barry, my handle is Lauro, Lima, Radio Ocean. I live in northern part of Italy, Barry, okay? 73 Barry, QRZ.
That pre-select is really sharp.
Whiskey 1 Italy, Sugar, 5 and 9, beautiful copy. My handle is Lauro, Bob, over. Okay, many thanks for the comment, Bob, and thanks for the second QSO. We made one QSO 10 years ago, 27 September 2010. So 10 years ago, last contact, and the only contact with you, Bob, over.
I don't think that's contest, Doug. I think that's just rag chewing, really.
Kilo Bravo 2, Mike Queen Radio, 5 and 9, 59 in northern Italy, Patrick, over.
It's quite good. Let's get you in a little bit closer on the scale. I'm a little bit, obviously I haven't ever used this radio before, so it's a bit new to me.
Roger, Roger, Safer 59, Brooklyn, New York, Patrick. Beautiful condition, beautiful copy. Kilo Bravo 2, Mike Queen Radio from IK40. Ciao, Patrick.
Certainly seems to be working very well.
Victor Echo 3. With distance, etc., etc. But we enjoy it very much. What about you, AJ? Yours?
So it looks like 20 meters. Let's turn the volume down a bit. 20 meters is quite busy at the moment. To wait till that station comes back because I can only hear one side of the conversation.
Oh yes, yes, today we have been also trekking a bit with our friends, and that we went to a restaurant, but between the ventilation was really good, so it was no problem there. At least that it has been my feeling, DJ. Over.
Really much up higher, really. I sort of get the gist of it. It's a bit alien to me. I've not used one of these type of radios for a long, long time. Flipping heck, look at the strength on that.
在哪儿换车？在哪儿换车 Hören wir uns nun noch einmal die Dialoge der letzten Mitsubishi.
这车到东方小区吗？
到，您上车吧。
That's China Radio International for you. Look at that signal.
到了，请你告诉我。请您准备从后门下车，每卡乘客请买票。
这车不到动物园，您得换车。
在哪换车
Look at the signal strength on that there.
101路。
Nápoles que siguen confinados en la ciudad deportiva. Ya hemos contado aquí que esta tarde, que, por ejemplo, el internacional por España, Fabián, no va a poder viajar y evidentemente...
This is around 11 megs.
يمينك وكان الله على كل شيء رقيبا يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تدخلوا بيوت النبي إلا أن يؤذن لكم إلى طعام غير ناظرين إله ولكن
Is that your Greek stuff, George, again?
فإذا طعمتم فانتشروا ولا مستأنسين لحديث
Use band switches. Forgot about the band switches, Barry. Barry? Gary.
وما كان لكم أن تؤذوا رسول الله ولا أن تنكحوا أزواجه من بعده أبدا إن ذلكم كان عند الله عظيما
Han firmado con nosotros es que se pueden hasta 10 jugadores, 10 contagiados, porque la plantilla de un club profesional italiano normalmente es entre 25 y 30 jugadores, entonces se puede hasta 10. El Napoli solo tiene 2, Zielinski, que puede ser titular, y una clarísima reserva, Helmsman. Entonces, es una historia muy...
That was Arabs, George, was it?
Napolitana también, porque todo el mundo se pregunta, ¿por qué esta ASL, Hacienda Sanitaria Local, de la región Campania, no ha bloqueado la Salernitana ni Salerno y cerca del Napoli?
Mora exactă și cea mai frumoasă muzică populară din colodeca radiodifuziunii YouTube branului. Care sunt proiectele tale?
Christ, that's off the scale.
Scurt, că vine jurnalul peste noi.
Normal, ca orice solist, îmi doresc
That's off the scale.
album. Am deja o parte dintre cântece. Și ce să spun, îmi doresc
Could be, Theo.
și dacă ai sănătate...
But this is more fun, isn't it? Messing about with that.
Cântecele de grup.
Da.
Eu mi-ai spus că sunt cloșca. Eu am pui de aur lângă mine, numai că cred că uneori aurul ăsta e cam... Nu prea se țin de treabă la strigare.
Cloșca, scocioră,
dar trebuie să facem treabă, că dacă nu ne stă norocul.
O cântărim și pe fina. Gata. Dragi prieteni, asta a fost ediția de...
Try down on 80 meters again. Actually, we should start it down the bottom, shouldn't we? We've got a bit of amateur action there. There is a contest on.
George 4, Fox, November, Lima contest. CQ contest. 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 George 4, Fox, November, Lima contest.
It's got a pretty hot receiver on it, I must admit. Wow, I think that's enough messing about with that, don't you? There's two of me. There's two of me. There can't be two. Yeah, there is. There's two. So we want that one there, and we want number 3 off, don't we? Well, I think that's pretty much about it. The low is working it really, really well. You want to call on 3.7. You can have a go, Gary, if you want. It's It's pretty sensitive considering it's only a long wire. Do you want to give a go on that then, Gary, do you? Let's see if I can work out where 3.7 is. Go for it then, Gary. I'll see if I can tune you in, mate. I'll get off that one. Got some in there, keep going. I've got something there, Gary, but I can't hear, mate, if you're calling. Keep trying, mate. You can hear Gary in Wales. Try again, Gary. This might be off frequency slightly. Is that you? Keep going, mate. No, it's George. Let me just have a listen for you on the ICOM a minute, Gary. Why can I hear nothing on the ICOM? Go on, Gary. Try again. I've got the ICOM on. Are you dead on 3.7? I definitely can't hear you.
Hello, CQ, CQ.
There he is.
CQ, CQ, CQ. This is 2 Echo 0, Tango, Go Charlie. 2 Echo 0, Tango, Go Charlie. Hello, CQ, CQ80. 2 Echo 0, Tango, Go Charlie, calling them by.
I can certainly hear you on the icon.
2 Echo 0, Tango, Go Charlie, Golf Whiskey 0, Lima, Juliet Whiskey, Whiskey, Stephen D. Gary. Yes, I didn't get me pen in time to write Golf Whiskey, something or another. Yes, I can hear you. 2 Echo 0, Tango, Golf Charlie, name Gary. But yes, I got the Golf Whiskey, but I missed the rest. I didn't get me pen in time.
Gary's got caught into a QSO now. Where is he?
Lima Juliet Whiskey, Golf Whiskey 0, Lima Juliet Whiskey. It's Derek here in South Wales. QSL? Yeah, QSL there, Derek, no problem. Golf Whiskey 0, Lima Juliet Whiskey.
Is that Derek?
0, Tango, Golf Charlie. Yeah, 5 and 7, 5 and 6, 5 and 8. It's up and down a little bit. The band's not fantastic. A bit of QSL. But yeah, I got you there, no problem, Roger. Yeah, okay, no problem. I can hear you there as well. You've got a 5 here as well. But there is a bit of noise on the band, so no problem. Okay, then I'm going back to YouTube and perhaps catch up with you again. The same please for now. GW0L GW. I'll try hopefully Radiocruncher. Okay, 2 Echo 0, Tango Golf Charlie, up and play the GW0L JW.
That's brilliant. There is another station on that channel, Gary. Excellent. Well done, Derek. Brilliant stuff. Have I got a mic attached? I could have joined in there. Look, my microphone's attached as well. I should have joined in as well, Gary. There's a lot of stations on that frequency, Gary. Brilliant. So I can hear you fine, Derek. Look. No problem. Bit of amateur action again, look. Let's turn that off. Yeah, 80 meters is quite good at the moment. Yeah, well done, Derek. We could hear you, mate. No problem at all. You recorded there for posterity on the live stream, look. I don't know how well that came across on the microphone, but I'll have a listen back to that later. So people, that's it for today. I've overstayed my welcome probably by quite some time here. It's now 10 past 8. It's nearly 7 hours, is it? I don't know, my maths ain't that great. So that was a good end to the stream. So thanks, Gary and Derek, for that. That was a good bit of fun. I expect Gary wondered what the hell happened when someone came back to him then. Brilliant. Excellent. So cheers, people. Hope you've enjoyed that. Don't forget, give it a thumbs up. And you need to be a subscriber if you want to be in with a chance to win all these goodies that we've showed today. So, yeah, we'll have to organise a sked, won't we, Derek? Good stuff. As I say, I've only gone through probably not even 2/3 of what I've picked up, so there's still quite a lot to look at. But I have probably done 2/3, to be honest. There's about a third left I haven't even looked at yet. So there you go. Cheers all. I'll catch you next weekend, and there is some videos coming out this coming week. So look out for those, won't you? So hope you've enjoyed that. As I say, any comments, please leave them in the bottom. And thanks again for your company today. Bye for now.